Hello and welcome to Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Beautiful Car Shield field here in O'Fallon, Missouri. Bit of an earlier start this evening, trying to beat some weather that's headed our way. So we're starting about a half hour early, just after 5 o'clock Central Time. It's the Falcons and the Eagles in Game 1, Hoots and Cornbelters in Game 2. The Falcons, first place Falcons, will be the away team here in Game 1. Read you through their starting lineup. Troy Bealsmith plays second base and hits leadoff. Pete Zimmerman, the designated hitter, hits second. Wade Stouse, the first baseman, hits third. Austin Schmidt, the catcher, hits fourth. Alex Hoff, the center fielder, hits fifth. Michael Long, the left fielder, hits sixth. Nick Hoffman, the shortstop, hits seventh. Brandon Olm, the third baseman, hits eighth. And Ian Hickman, the right fielder, hits ninth. And they will be facing the right-hander, Dawson Taylor, just after 5 o'clock Central Time. Dawson Taylor, 6 1/3 innings so far this summer, has yet to surrender an earned run. So he puts his perfect ERA on the line here tonight against this Falcons lineup, coming in 13, 10, and 1. The first pitch from Taylor is a ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. We're underway here at Car Shield Field at 5:03 Central Time. Bealsmith, Zimmerman, and Stouse here in the top of the first. Dawson Taylor will sit in the upper 80s, around 90. Bealsmith turns that around and hits it to left field down into the corner. That's cut off there by Kenny Piper. Bealsmith is going to try for second. The throw, not in time. Leadoff double for Troy Bealsmith. So the leadoff hitter Bealsmith gets on, and this Falcons offense is off and running here in the first. 7-1 Falcons win in yesterday's ball game against the Hoots, propelled them into first place. First pitch from Taylor to Pete Zimmerman is up and in, and Bealsmith is going to head down to third on the wild pitch. Take you around the horn for the Eagles. Start with the outfielders. Kenny Piper is in left, Aaron Hopp in center, Justin Eads in right, Noah Jacobson at third, Peyton Leeper at short, Jalen Jones at second, Ole Arnson at first, John Stallcup behind the plate, catching Dawson Taylor. Pete Zimmerman in a 1 ball, no strike count. The offering from Taylor. Outside corner for a called strike. Shane Holsey, Cam Thomas with you here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Charlie Bornoff handling the production duties tonight. One ball, 1 strike to Zimmerman. With a runner on third base and nobody out, the Eagles keep the infield back. And that gets away from Stallcup once again. Bealsmith is going to score standing up to put the Falcons on top, 1-0 here in the first. So 2 pitches in this at-bat have gotten past Stallcup, and they've brought in a run for the Falcons, and they lead it 1-0.
Yeah, one thing to think about is, Myers has got some good stuff. Will be in the mid-80s with the off-speed, but, the fastball will be upper 80s, low 90s, but he's challenging against college hitters, and this is a high school kid out here, so.
Three balls, 1 strike to Pete Zimmerman, the offering from Dawson Taylor. Check swing and a ball 4. They're going to check. He went around. Never mind. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Full count to Pete Zimmerman. Now nobody on base, but a run scored here in this inning after the leadoff double by Troy Bealsmith. The 3-2 from Taylor. Up and in, ball 4, 2 straight have reached to begin the inning.
And in this Falcons order, top 2 guys in Zimmerman rather, in that 2 spot, and then Bealsmith at the top of the order. 2 guys that are very patient, table setters at the top of this lineup, and then you bring in a guy like Wade Stouse who can drive the ball to all parts of the ballpark. Myers is going to want to settle down here and try to be around the zone.
So Wade Stouse with the runner on base. The league leader in runs batted in, coming into play with 23 on the season. He swings and misses for strike 1. Leadoff double by Troy Bealsmith, couple of wild pitches, and he came around to score. No balls, 1 strike to Stouse. So Sam Myers, a starting pitcher for the Falcons, making his first start, will already have a lead when he takes the mound in the bottom half of the first. Falcons looking to add on to that lead here in the top half. No balls, 1 strike to Stouse. The pitch from Taylor. Foul back and out of play.
Yeah, it's a very important game for the Falcons as they sit at the top of the standings, first place after a victory yesterday. So they're at 13-10-1. Hoots play next. They're 12-9-2. So important ball game for the Falcons to stay at top of the leaderboard here in the Car Shield Collegiate League.
Absolutely. Falcons loss and a Hoots victory put the Hoots back in first place. Falcons stole first place from the Hoots after beating them yesterday. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Stouse after that pitch missed from Taylor. Stouse hitting just under 390 on base a shade under 500. And he fouls that straight back. Slugging in the mid 700s. 6 homers, 23 runs driven in. 6 doubles as well. 26 hits and 67 tries. He's played all but 1 ball game. And Zimmerman takes off. He got a great jump, a swing and a miss from Stouse. And Zimmerman swipes second on the strikeout of Wade Stouse. So 1 away. Taylor retires Stouse on strikes for the first out. Now Zimmerman in scoring position for Austin Schmidt. Both Stouse and Schmidt in the top 4 in the league and runs batted in, slugging, OPS, and batting average. No balls, 1 strike to Schmidt, hitting in the 4th hole. Doing the catching this evening. Wade Stouse at first, Zimmerman serving as a designated hitter. Schmidt pitched a couple nights ago against the Hoots in what was a Hoots blowout victory, and then yesterday the Falcons bounced back in a big way with a 7-1 victory. Time called by Schmidt in the box.
Yeah, Schmidt moving around a lot this week. Seen him at multiple positions in the outfield, at first base, behind the plate. Saw him throw a little bit. He looked pretty darn good on the mound.
He was bringing it. Was a very good pitcher in high school. There's a swing and a miss. And Schmidt is retired on strikes, so Taylor strikes out Stouse and Schmidt back-to-back. That's a tough task.
Yeah, kid just had to settle out there a little bit. You saw he had the good stuff to start off the ball game as far as where the velo was, but just needed to settle down and get around the zone a little bit and get comfortable. Seems like working from the stretch for him has worked.
Gave up the leadoff single to Beal Smith, surrendered a walk to Zimmerman, then he struck out Stouse and Schmidt. That's a tough duo to retire back-to-back, especially on strikes. He got Stouse on just 4 pitches and got Schmidt on 3 pitches. The 1-0 coming to Alex Hoff, the center fielder. That's it down the third base line and foul. One ball and 1 strike. There was a light drizzle just falling a moment ago, but it has stopped. 1 ball, 1 strike, and Taylor will turn and check on Zimmerman, no throw. Dawson Taylor sitting in the upper 80s, right around 90 miles an hour. Zimmerman dancing off second, the 1-1. Popped up foul and out of play. Dawson Taylor, formerly of Edwardsville High School, so used to wearing the orange uniforms. 6'4", 215 pounds. He had yet to surrender an earned run before tonight. The 1-2 to Alex Hoff. Zimmerman takes off, and Taylor has him picked off. And Jacobson slaps the tag on him for the final out. Zimmerman got a little overzealous on the base pass there, and he's cut down for the final out. The Falcons do get a run. We head to the bottom of the first, 1-0 Falcons. Eagles will have their chance, and Sam Myers will see his first action here in the Car Shield Collegiate League right for this here on CCL TV. To the bottom of the first we go. First chance for the Eagles. Read you through their starting lineup. Jalen Jones stepping in the box to lead things off. Damian Henderson, Justin Eads, Peyton Leeper, Kenny Piper, Ole Arntzen, Noah Jacobson, John Stallcup, and Aaron Hopp facing a new right-hander in this Car Shield Collegiate League. The 6'1" right-handed pitcher out of St. Charles High School, Sam Myers. 4-pitch mix, fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. Fastball will be in the mid-80s. Changeup right around 80, curveball right around 70, and a slider in the mid-70s. Jalen Jones pops that one up into shallow center. The shortstop, Nick Hoffman, calls everybody off to make the catch for out number 1. Take you around the horn for the Falcons. Michael Long in left, Alex Hoffman center, Ian Hickman in right, Brandon Olm at third, Nick Hoffman at short, Troy Bealsmith at second, Wade Stouse at first, and Austin Schmidt behind the plate catching Mr. Myers. So now Damian Henderson after Jones is retired. And the first pitch to Henderson misses inside. Myers, a member of the Gators Baseball Academy, trained right next door to one of the P3 facilities. Premier Pitching and Performance. They train at the Sports Barn right next door to the Wentzville facility. 2 balls and no strikes to Henderson. And there's a called strike on the inside black. Myers will be a senior in high school come this fall. The 2-1 is downstairs, 3 balls and 1 strike. As a sophomore at St. Charles, Myers led the Pirates in innings with 50 2/3. ERA right around 2.5. The 3-1 to Henderson rather misses in the dirt for a ball. First base runner for the Eagles. So Henderson works a walk, and now Myers will work with a base runner for the first time. And now one of the hottest hitters in the league, Justin Eads, will hit with the runner on first base and 1 out.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for Myers to lean on the experience of Austin Schmidt behind the plate this evening. Is got a young guy on the mound facing an Eagles order that can really swing the bat and some experienced hitters, so he's going to have to be smart.
The first pitch to Eads, a good breaking ball, slider on the outside corner for a strike.
And that's the one thing Schmidt behind the plate is going to encourage his young pitcher to do, pitch a lot of these guys in the middle of the orders backwards.
Breaking balls early, get him with fastballs late. Myers checks on Henderson. He's back in standing. For Henderson, walk number 7 in 50 plate appearances. He's on first base. Eads, 6 home runs in the last 8 ball games. He's driven in 17, and he's got that on-base percentage up to around 450, slugging over 700. Playing his 22nd game. The pitch is hit to third, could be 2. Ohm on the second for 1, that's all they'll get. Ohm was a little slow getting it out of the glove, but they do get the lead runner. So Henderson is retired. Eads reaches first on the fielder's choice, 2 away. It was hit fairly slowly. A quick transfer might have had him, but nonetheless, they do get the lead runner. And they keep the force in order at second base. First pitch to the switch-hitting Peyton Leeper is a called strike. Leeper hitting just over 300 at 302. 19 hits and 63 at-bats, 2 home runs, 11 runs driven in. No balls and 1 strike the count. The pitch from Myers. Inside, off. That hit Leeper. Thought it might have just hit the catcher, but it hit Leeper on the leg. So a couple of base runners here for the Eagles. And that brings in the left fielder, utility man, Kenny Piper. Ultra utility man. So Henderson reached on the walk. He was retired on the fielder's choice. Eads reached base on that fielder's choice. Now he stands at second with Leeper at first. The pitch from Myers misses away for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Kenny Piper, a couple of home runs, 14 runs driven in. 13 runs scored on the summer. 6 doubles as well. More than half his hits have gone for extra bases. The 1-0. Sprayed foul and out of play into the party patio down the right field line. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield a little deep and fairly straight away. They play a couple steps back here with 2 away. The 1-1 from Myers is outside. Devin Radke was originally listed as a starting pitcher here this evening, but he will come out of the bullpen once Myers' night is done.
Yeah, short bullpen tonight for the Falcons, so they want to get a lot out of Myers.
And that pitch scoots away from Schmidt. Runners advance to second and third. So now 3-1 count and a base open now at first. Ole Arntzen awaits on deck.
I wouldn't mind a walk here to Piper to get to Arntzen.
Yeah, Myers doesn't have to come to Piper if he doesn't want to. It will load the bases, and that's what he's going to do. So a walk loads the bases for Ole Arntzen with 2 away. So now the force in order at any bag. And Ole Arntzen will hit with the bases loaded and 2 away. Okay. Eagles trying to answer the 1 run put up by the Falcons in the top of the first. Myers working from the stretch with the bases loaded. The first pitch to Arntzen, chopped to third. Ohm will fire on to first, and Myers strands the bases loaded. So a scoreless first inning for Sam Myers in his Car Shield Collegiate League debut. We head to the second. Falcons lead at 1-0 here on CCL TV. We want to take this time to thank our proud sponsor, Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facilities located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or head to itcscrap.com and they'll handle it for you. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. A swing and a miss from Alex Hoff on the first pitch of the second, and we are underway here in the top of the second inning. Alex Hoff was at the plate when Pete Zimmerman was caught between second and third. So 5, 6, 7 for the Falcons, facing Dawson Taylor out for his second inning of work. One run in the top of the first. Troy Beal-Smith stroked a leadoff double down the left field line and then came around to score on a couple of wild pitches. The 1-1 from Taylor is popped up on the infield. Ole Arntzen calls everybody off to make the catch for out number 1. Might want to get out of the way when Mr. Arntzen calls a pop-up. Don't want to get in his way.
Yeah, that's a big boy over there at first base.
About 6'5", 230 pounds. And here's another big boy at the plate, Michael Long. Big swinger from the University of Central Missouri, formerly of MICDS. The first pitch from Taylor to him is fouled straight back.
One thing I love about Michael Long is he does not leave anything behind in that swing. You talk about his power, but, I mean, this guy just keeps it simple, 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 and then just rears back. Everything on the back half just throws the hands.
He's very quiet until he throws those hands to the baseball. That's what you look for in a swing. Quiet, 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 and then just explode and put all your energy into that baseball. And that's what Michael Long does. He's in an 0-2 count here against Dawson Taylor with nobody on and one away. Taylor steps straight back and delivers. A pop-up again. This one into shallow right. Justin Eads and Jalen Jones converge, and Eads puts that one away for the second out. Eads tracked it. It hung up in the air for a long time. And he finally puts it away, calls off Jalen Jones. 2 up, 2 down here in the second. So an infield pop-up and a flyout. And Dawson Taylor looking for a 1-2-3 inning. He'll have to get through Nick Hoffman, the shortstop, hitting 7th. Primarily plays second base. Playing shortstop here this evening. Cade Hull gets the night off. Troy Beal-Smith heads to second. Alex Hoff playing center. Time called at the plate. The 1-0 misses inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Hoffman, 7 hits and 40 at-bats. 8 runs scored. He's walked 7 times in 47 plate appearances, making his 17th start here. There's a called strike right down the middle. 2 balls, 1 strike. Taylor's going to come right at you with a fastball in the upper 80s. Here comes the 2-1. That's upstairs. 3-1 now. Taylor surrendered a walk in the first, trying to avoid the same fate here in the second. The kick and the 3-1 to Hoffman is a ball, and he walked him. 8 walks now for Hoffman in 48 plate appearances. So a 2-out base runner, and that brings in Brandon Ulm now with 2 away. The first pitch to Ulm is a called strike, a good fastball on the outside corner from Taylor. He did surrender a run in the first. 1-0 Falcons. Just 1 hit for the Falcons. No hits for the Eagles in the first. They left the bases loaded. A couple of walks and a hit by pitch loaded the bases. but they couldn't do anything with it. Taylor out of John A. Logan College. 3 saves for the Vols this spring as Ulm fouls that one away. ERA in the mid-4s. 16 strikeouts and 12 1/3. 5 appearances. He was a freshman there this spring. Big frame from the right-hander, 6'4", 215. Nick Hoffman, short lead off first. The 0-2 to Ulm. Hit through to Jalen Jones into right field. Hoffman's going to try to go first to third. The throw from Eads is not in time. The throw beat Hoffman, but the throw was just a tad down the third base line. And Hoffman just snuck under the tag of Noah Jacobson.
Yeah, Hoffman lucky because the ball beat him to the bag there. Good slide by Hoffman, but you know the arm strength that Justin Heeds has in right a couple of days ago, saw him do the same thing deep in that right field corner, but a throw to second base instead.
Big arm from the outfielder in right field, and he almost had another victim at third base as that ball gets away. Ulm advances to second. And with as slowly as that ball was hit, with most right fielders, or with most outfielders on a ball hit that slowly, you think with the speed of Hoffman you can go first to third rather easily, but Eads might have had him if the throw was just a little bit more on the bag.
Good thing to see from Brandon Ulm, though, looking back at his at-bat, taking the ball the other way. That's 2 days in a row he's taking the ball the right side of the field.
Just snuck it under the glove of Jalen Jones. Would have been a tough play. Jones was shaking his head, but nothing to be ashamed of there. That's a tough play, ranging all the way to your left. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ian Hickman, the 9th place hitter, right fielder. The 1-1 fouled off the catcher stall cup, and he's okay. Ian Hickman, 6 hits and 26 at-bats. Playing in his 13th ball game. 4 runs driven in, couple of runs scored. Trying to extend the inning to the on-deck man, the leadoff hitter, Troy Beal-Smith. The 1-2 from Dawson Taylor. Another foul ball. Taylor trying to keep this Falcons lead at 1. Couple runners in scoring position. Hoffman at third, Ulm at second. Hoffman reached on a base on balls. Ulm on a base hit to right field. And the right-hander Taylor comes set for another 1-2 offering. Another foul ball. Hickman staying alive. Still behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes, but he's fouled off a couple tough pitches. Princess and Superhero night here at the ballpark. So if you're watching from home, want to make it out for Cornbelters Hoots or make it out to the end of this ball game, we'd love to see you. $12 general admission. Sit wherever you'd like, but socially distant, of course. The 1-2 to Hickman. Another foul ball, just barely got a piece of that fastball bearing in on his hands. Ian Hickman, formerly of Wright City High School, will be headed to William Woods this fall. Out at Lewis and Clark Community College. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's fouled off 3 2-strike pitches from Dawson Taylor. Another 1-2 in the dirt. Stall Cup did nicely to block that one.
Look, this is a good at-bat by a young guy here in Ian Hickman. He's worked this count to 2 balls and 2 strikes against Taylor, who, as you've mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Shane, isn't a guy that gives up a whole lot of runs. Falcons would love to cash in here and put a couple more on the board.
They already have 1. If they can get a couple more here, they could give their starter Myers some cushion, and he might do it right there. A base hit for Hickman. 1 run's going to score. Ulm will be held at third, and a heck of an at-bat there from Ian Hickman to pick up an RBI and a base hit.
just sneaking the ball through both sides of the infield. Started off with Brandon Ohm doing it to the right side of the infield, just under that outstretched glove of Jalen Jones at second. And then Ian Hickman finding the fastball inside, gets enough of the barrel on it just to sneak it through that 6-hole. And just like that, you got runners at first and third and back to the top of your order. Another chance to continue this carousel.
How about the bottom of this Falcons order? We talk so much about the meat of this order, how it's one of the more dangerous ones in the league. But when you got your 7, 8, 9 guys getting on base, driving in runs, I mean, that makes this lineup almost impossible to get out on a consistent basis.
Oh, of course. And, big thing to think about as well, these guys at the bottom of the order, if they start to get kick-started in these last couple of days as we get closer to the end of competition here in the CarShield Collegiate League, Falcons could very well run away with the race at the top of the division if they continue to play the way they're playing. And if the bottom of the order complements the middle of the order as well as they do, they're virtually unstoppable.
They're already scoring about 5.5 runs a game. If the bottom of the order can start, they're going to start scoring 7, 8, 9 runs every night. So now the top of the order, Troy Bealsmith, and a ball down low, 1 ball, no strikes, and they're doing this against a guy who hadn't given up a run all summer. They've already got 2 here in the first couple innings. Troy Bealsmith scored that first run of the ball game. He doubled and scored in the first. Gets another at bat here in the second, and he hits that one in the shallow left. Kenny Piper will make the catch, so the Falcons trained a couple. They do get a run on the RBI base hit for Ian Hickman, and they've scored 1 in the first. Each of the first 2 innings. We head to the bottom of the second. Sam Myers now with a 2-0 lead, headed back out there for the bottom of the second here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Beautiful night for baseball. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back in a moment. Sam Myers back out for his second inning of work, now working with a 2-0 lead. He'll face the bottom of the Eagles order, Jacobson, Stallcup, and Hop, 7, 8, 9. Myers strained at the bases loaded with 2 away. A couple of walks and a hit by pitch, but nothing doing for the Eagles in the bottom of the first, and they hit, now trailing 2-0, Noah Jacobson will try to get things started. Jacobson, 220 hitter so far this summer, but getting on base about 36% of the time. He sprays that one fouling out of play. This guy, Jacobson, got off to a torrid start. A couple of 3-hit games in the first 3 ball games of the season, and since then, the bat's gone quiet. So trying to turn things around here as we head into the final week of action here in the CarShield Collegiate League. The 1-2 is outside. Two balls and 2 strikes. Myers gets a new baseball. This right-hander will work solely from the stretch. The 2-2. Fouled out of play. If you've ever been here at the ballpark for one of our frenzy games, our PA announcer for most of those games, Mike Cromer, manning the digital score or the manual scoreboard out in right field, behind the right field wall here tonight. So good to see him. If there's any mistakes, you put it on Mr. Cromer. He's been dying to do that, and he finally gets his chance tonight. There's a swing and a miss from Jacobson for strike 3, and his struggles continue. One away here in the bottom of the second. And now the catcher, John Stallcup, will hit with runners off base and one away. Bottom of the second, 2-0 Falcons lead. They've scored a run in each of the first 2 innings.
Pretty cool for Myers here. Opportunity to play against a former Missouri Gator in John Stallcup right here. Probably a guy he looked up to. Is that Gator organization, the Missouri Gators baseball team, is a very close-knit group.
So current Missouri Gator facing a former one in John Stallcup. Sam Myers, pitcher in that program. Trained at the Sports Barn in the Wentzville, Lake St. Louis area. 2 balls and no strikes to Stallcup. And if you haven't checked out the Sports Barn, it is a sparkling new facility. It is a dandy of a baseball training facility. State of the art. The 2-1 to Stallcup. Inside, went with the changeup there on 2-1.
We kind of had that conversation the other day on air, Shane, about how St. Louis is kind of that hidden gem in the baseball world. There's 3, 4, 5 facilities like that around the St. Louis area that folks can go to.
And that's hit right back up the middle. So Stallcup gets the better of his fellow Gator and smacks it into center field for a 1-out base hit.
And boy, isn't that good for Stallcup. Had an opportunity to talk to him the other day, and we kind of went back and forth because he was like, man, as soon as you showed up on Monday last week, I start going into a slump. Before that, I'm knocking the ball over the ballpark. So glad to see Johnny get his first hit since I've been here because that gets the monkey off my back.
At least gets him off your back. First pitch to Aaron Hopp is down low. Man, we're former baseball players. We know baseball players are the most superstitious people on this planet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So any little thing, they'll find a way to put it on something. That pitch misses. Oh, it's a called strike. The Hop looked a bit outside, but it's a called strike.
Saw Hop tag some baseballs the other day around the ball. Just went right to the fielder, so would like to see him break through as well.
There's a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's been in the leadoff spot some. Been sprinkled throughout this Eagles order, hitting 9th. So, in effect, he and his former Lincoln College teammate Jalen Jones hitting back-to-back. There's a ball outside.
And we know, of course, Hop is in there for his defensive abilities, being able to run out there in center field and chase balls into the gaps. But you love him at the bottom of the order because he does serve as that second leadoff.
Always puts together a solid at-bat, and he's working another one here. 3 balls, 2 strikes. It's exactly what you want out of your 9-hole hitter. Work that pitch count. Maybe you'll get a mistake and make him pay. Myers, a check on Stallcup, back in safely. Stallcup, his 12th hit, and that was his 51st at-bat. And he takes off with the pitch, and that's fouled away by Hop. Hop, a dual sport athlete, Webster University. Point guard and center fielder. His basketball eligibility is up, but he'll be headed back to play for the Gorloks baseball team next spring. 3 balls and 2 strikes, working a 7-pitch at-bat here against Myers. And he works a walk. 3rd walk issued for Myers on the night.
Yeah, Myers probably about the 3rd pitch of that at-bat, including that last pitch where he went outside with off speed, and Hop just wasn't being fooled by it. All 3 of those balls that he took in that at-bat were all off speed. He was just sitting on a fastball, and if he didn't get one in the zone, he wasn't going to swing.
So now that puts us back at the top of the order. Jalen Jones with a couple runners on base, and he looks at a called strike. Myers pounding that outside corner to these right-handed hitters. Jones popped out to short to lead off the bottom of the first. 0 for 1 in the evening for him. He started to hit the ball well as of late. Got that average up near 300. And he gets hit by that pitch. So for the second straight inning, the Eagles have loaded the bases.
And this decision to move Jalen Jones up to the top of the order could really serve well for Forrest Herman, as you get an opportunity to put Kenny Piper in the middle of the order now, and it extends your lineup. So now you got the bases juiced in the 2 spot.
And that 2 spot is a dangerous one in the form of Damian Henderson. He's first pitch swing and hits it through the right side for a base hit. 1 run's going to score. Here comes Hop. Here comes the throw from Hickman. It's not in time. And the Eagles tie it up, a 2 RBI base knock for Damian Henderson. It's 2-2 here in the second.
It's a good job, good piece of hitting by Damian Henderson right there. One of the few guys I've seen in the last couple of days, as I continue to harp on, swinging at a first pitch fastball. You got a younger guy out there in Sam Myers who has got the bases loaded. First pitch, he would love to throw a strike. So what's he going to give you? A fastball. And Henderson was ready for it.
That's just knowing the situation, knowing what pitch he's probably going to throw. You don't want to be up there totally guessing, but if you have a good idea, you can sit on that pitch, and if you get it, drive it. That's exactly what Henderson did. A half swing there by Eads. They might be able to turn 2 on this, and they don't. A run scores on the fielder's choice, second fielder's choice. Eads is hit into this evening, but he picks up an RBI there, and the Eagles go on top 3-2.
It's pretty interesting how we're seeing the Eagles score their runs through the first couple innings. Usually you see them bang the ball all over the yard. Tonight it's small ball, just putting the ball in play, making the defense make plays, and they're taking advantage of the plays that the Falcons' defense is not being able to make right now.
Henderson had to let that ball drop before he took off, and another first pitch swing. That's lined right at the second baseman, Beal Smith. So the Eagles rally back with a crooked number. They go up 3-2 as we head to the middle innings. Came and tell you about the third right after this here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV.
We move to the top of the third inning here at Car Shield Field. Peter Zimmerman, Wade Stouse, and Austin Smith, 2-3-4 in the Falcons order, due up this inning. Second inning of work against Dawson Taylor, as the Eagles have taken back the lead 3-2 in the top of the third. First pitch on the way to Zimmerman. Fastball inside corner, called strike 1. Eagles added 3 runs in the second inning. John Stallcup scored after he singled. Aaron Hops scored after a hit by pitch. And Jalen Jones scored as well. 0-1. Fastball is sawed off to the right side, out of play and foul. First 2 runs of the ball game were scored in the first and second innings by the Falcons. First inning, Troy Balesmith scored after doubling. And in the second inning, Nick Hoffman came around to score on the RBI single from Ian Hickman. So that brings us to the 3-2 lead that the Eagles have with the Falcons. 0-2 pitch to the leadoff hitter, Peter Zimmerman, on the way from Taylor. Hits Zimmerman as he swings in the hand. So it should be a strike, but Zimmerman's going to have a hit by pitch. He offered at that pitch.
I don't think he went all the way around. Either it hit the bat.
And as our statistician mentions, your hand is a part of the bat.
Yep.
If you do make any attempt at that baseball, even if it's a slight attempt, that's a strike on the count. So home plate umpire gets this one wrong, but Peter Zimmerman is on with a hit by pitch. And now John Stalkup will go out to have a conversation with his pitcher Dawson Taylor, and they're probably having the same conversation that we just spoke about a few moments ago. Those two probably wondering why the heck Peter Zimmerman is sitting over on first base. But
so it should have been a foul ball, and count should have stayed at 0-2.
First pitch swinging his way. Stouse into left field. A hopping play up in the air to make the catch by the third baseman and Jacobson. They tried to throw back to first base to get Peter Zimmerman off the bag at first, but he's back safely. So a rocket to the left side of the infield on a first pitch fastball from Dawson Taylor to Wade Stouse is caught in the air by Jacobson for out number 1. Brings in Austin Schmidt, the catcher, with 1 on and 1 out. First pitch on the way to him. Swing and a miss on a fastball out of third at 90 miles an hour for strike 1. Schmidt struck out for the second out of the inning back in the first. Pitch inside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike on the count. Alex Hoff awaits on deck. 1-1 now the count to Austin Schmidt as time is called. We'll reset your defensive alignment for you. Around the horn from first to third, it's Arnson at first, Jones at second, Leeper at short, Jacobson at third. Outfield left to right, Piper in left, Hop in center, Eads in right. Taylor's on the hill, stalk up the battery behind the plate. Here's the 1-1. Off-speed pitch inside corner. Ball 2.
These two on the left side of the infield, Leeper and Jacobson. Fun to watch, this left side of the infield.
2-1 the count. 1 out, Peter Zimmerman at first. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive right back up the middle. Snared by the second baseman, Jones. In the air for out number 2. What a play. Went down to a dive. Slid with the knees right behind the second base bag and gloved it on the backhand for the out.
That's a heck. The concentration to be able to catch that ball in the air as it's slicing back towards you mid-slide. Man, the hand-eye coordination it takes to make that catch is unbelievable.
So 2 away after back-to-back lineouts brings in Alex Hoff. First offering to him, up and inside, ball 1. Hoff popped up on the right side of the infield to start the day, so he's 0 for 1. Falcons trying to even the score here as they trail to the Eagles 3-2. Top of the third inning. 2 outs and 1 on. The pitch. Upstairs and in, ball 2. Zimmerman led off the inning with a hit by pitch that just nicked his hand, and he was awarded first base. 2-0 now the count to the Eagles center fielder. to the Falcons center fielder, rather. Here's the pitch. Up and goes past the glove of John Stallcup, which will allow Peter Zimmerman to trot on down to second into scoring position. Be a pass ball, as that one should have been in the glove of Stallcup.
That's happened to Stallcup a couple times tonight where he just missed it. Not the pitch he was looking for, but certainly one Stallcup knows he should handle.
So 3-0 now the count to the right-handed Alex Hoff. Dawson gets a sign and delivers. Fastball right down Main Street. Strike one. Michael Long awaits on deck if Hoff can push it there. Long popped up to right field in his first AB, so he's 0 for 1. 3-1 count. Runner on second base is Peter Zimmerman. Here's the pitch. Swinging a tapper left side, fielded cleanly by the third baseman. Throw on to first in time from Jacobson to Arnston for out number 3. So no runs after Peter Zimmerman reaches base on the hit by pitch. No errors in the inning. As we move to the bottom of the third inning, it's a 3-2 lead for the Eagles over the Falcons. We're back in a moment here at CarShield Field for our last Saturday night doubleheader of the season on CCL TV. Rain has started to come down here at CarShield Field as we move to the bottom of the third inning. Kenny Piper followed by Ole Arnston and Noah Jacobson. As the first pitch is delivered from Sam Myers outside, ball 1. Piper today reached on a walk but was left on the bases back in the first. Here's the pitch. Out and away, ball 2. Eagles snared back the lead from the Falcons in the bottom of the second inning on 3 runs and a couple of hits. Pitch is grounded to the left side. Fielded on the backhand by the shortstop. Throw to first. Safe is Kenny Piper on the late call from Justin Robinson, the first base umpire, but he was right on the money with that. Piper was there with ease.
And Hoffman can flash the leather, can he? Usually at second base, but that was one heck of a play just to be able to get to that ball and get a throw off and make it anywhere close.
So it's a single in the books for Kenny Piper, brings in Ole Arnston. First pitch swinging is Arnston through a fastball for strike 1. So just a light drizzle as we take a look at the radar. Looks like the rain is going to be to the north of us. 0-1 is tapped to the second baseman on a big hop. Balesmith gives it. The throw to second for 1 on to first. The 4-6-3 double play. What a flip there from Balesmith to get it over to Hoffman. And Hoffman threw a strike over there to first base to get Arnston for the double play.
That was one heck of a turning. Balesmith got the short hop. You either want to get a long hop or a short hop. He got the short hop. Nice flip. That's an overlooked part of that double play, getting a nice flip, a nice feed right in the chest of Hoffman, and just comes across the bag and fires on the first. Beautiful double play.
Brings in the right-handed Noah Jacobson. First pitch off speed, low, strike one. So it's 4-6-3. The double play in the books is we're used to Bale Smith playing shortstop, but he's on the right side of the infield today. 0-1 now the count to the right-handed Jacobson. Swing and a miss on a curveball outside. Boy, that looked good from Sam Myers for strike two.
Almost like a wiffle ball. That thing was nasty.
Last two innings, Myers has really settled down on the hill. Got this Eagles lineup in flux. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Just got a piece of it into the catcher's mitt of Austin Schmidt for out number 3. So a strikeout of Noah Jacobson ends the bottom of the third inning. We move to the top of the fourth. Eagles still on top by a score of 3-2. On a 1-0 curveball, low to make it 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Big hack on an off-speed pitch outside for strike 2. Michael likes to work quick on the hill. Here's the 1-2.
And the Falcons have Nick Hoffman, Alex Hoff, Kyle Pothoff. You want to make it a little harder on us?
So 5 pitches and 2 outs for Michael Hoffman. And the top of the fourth brings in the right-handed Brandon Olm. First pitch on strike. Radke. Another Lewis and Clark pioneer. Here's the pitch. Misses low and away. Ball 2. Rain is continuing to come down here at CarShield Field. Just a light sprinkle as we see fans in attendance with some umbrellas out. 2-1 on the way to Hop. Misses low and away. Ball number 3. Jalen Jones awaits on deck. Top of the order for the Eagles. Radke kicks, now deals. Misses up and away. Ball 4. And Aaron Hop works a 5-pitch walk. So 2 times on the base pass today for Aaron Hop. The first time a hit by pitch. This time a 5-pitch walk brings in the second baseman today for the Eagles, Jalen Jones. Jones popped up back in the first inning to the shortstop. Was hit by a pitch in the second, later scored. Radke works from the stretch. Hop gets his lead. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside corner. Strike 1 to the right-handed Jones. Radke looking over Hop at first. Sets. Here's the pitch. Curveball inside corner called strike number 2. And quickly, Jalen Jones has fallen behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. 1 out on the board. Bottom of the 4th inning. Eagles trying to add another insurance run in the middle innings. They lead 3-2 over the Falcons. Pitch on the way to Jalen Jones. 0-2 is tapped up the middle, fielded cleanly. No, it passes off his glove of Troy Balesmith into right field. An error on the second baseman and an uncharacteristic error from Troy Balesmith. I was ready to call up a 4-6-3 double play because Troy Balesmith is so sure-handed. But that situation shows that any sure-handed fielder can make a mistake from time to time.
All fielders human. They kind of took a weird hop off that mound and kind of spun the other direction, the opposite direction Beal Smith was going. Tough play, but one he knows he should have made.
So it's an E4 in the books to bring it to Damian Henderson, who's 1 for 2 today, or 1 for 1 rather. This is low. Does the first pitch from Radke, ball 1. Henderson, the Cincinnati Reds prospect, playing for his coach Forrest Herman, who is, of course, a minor league instructor in the Reds organization. 1-0 the count now. Here's the pitch. Fastball missed upstairs. Ball 2. Henderson just joined the league a couple of days ago, but has already shown his versatility, playing some outfield, DHing, playing some shortstop. Here's the pitch. Fastball is driven past the outstretched glove of Troy Balesmith at second into right field for a base hit. Coming around third to score is Hop. Here's the throw, not in time. An RBI single for Damian Henderson, and the Eagles add one more in the bottom of the 4th. It's 4-2.
3 ribbies for Henderson, and Hop didn't slide going into home. That was kind of close, and third base coach Bobby Warner's asking why is he not sliding, but hey, run's a run.
So Jalen Jones now stands at third, and Damian Henderson stands at first. Runners at the corners, 1 out, and the big man, Justin Eads, due up to the plate. It's grounded into back-to-back fielder's choices today. First pitch on the way. Curveball missed inside, ball 1. That's one thing see a lot of the pitchers in this CarShield Collegiate League do. Pitch, Justin Eads backwards.
They can punish any fastball.
Henderson grabs his lead at first. Jones creeping down the line at third. The pitch, tapped to the left side of the infield. Fielded on a hop by Ohm. He's going to fake the throw home and thought about the throw to first, but he keeps it in his back pocket, and Jones scores, and the Falcons don't get anything on the play. It's a fielder's choice in the book for Justin Eads. Ohm was on that in-between hop, grabbed it, had a speedy runner going down the first baseline, and Justin Eads, and just didn't have a play, so he kept it in his back pocket so he didn't make a mistake.
I think he would have had Jones at home if he would have fired it right away, and he was second-guessing himself. I'm going to throw home, no throw to first, no throw home, no throw to first, and all of a sudden he just puts it in his back pocket. That's a play you're not going to turn 2-1, so if you can get the guy at home, fire home. I think he would have had Jones if he would have come up firing.
So a run scores for the Eagles. That's the second run scored of the inning. And they lead 5-2. 2 runners on, 1 out. Peyton Leeper, the shortstop, digs in. 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch. Curveball outside corner. Ball 1. Leeper reached on an error back in the second. And was hit by a pitch in a first. Runner on first and a runner on second. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside corner, called strike 1. Leeper, a sure-handed defender on the left side of the infield, but shows his versatility batting from the left side. With an open stance, wiggles his bat as he awaits the pitch from Radke. Thought about offering, pitch is a strike anyway. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the count, 1 out. A 5-2 lead for the Eagles over the Falcons in the bottom of the 4th inning. Rain still coming down lightly here at CarShield Field. 1-2 on the way to the left-handed Leeper. Curveball is flowing up on the left side of the infield, but it gets out of play and foul. Even though we've got some rain in the forecast here tonight at CarShield Field, good amount of fans here in attendance. So we've got doubleheader action on tap. The hometown Hoots take on the Cornbelters next. 1-2 pitch on the way. Swinging a line drive down the left field line, but it gets out of play. Foul past the tents down the left field line here at CarShield Field. So we'll do it again for Peyton Leeper. Kenny Piper awaits on deck. Sure-handed hitter in this Eagles lineup. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner on first and a runner on second. Here's the pitch. Missed low in the dirt. Good block by Schmidt to keep the runners at bay at first and second. It's a 5-2 lead for the Eagles over the Falcons. 5 runs on 5 hits today for the Eagles, and just 2 runs on 3 hits today for the Falcons. Radke trying to work out of trouble. Would love a ground ball here. 2-2 on the way. Hit him right in the front leg. plunked Peyton Leeper on the thigh, and he's going to be on with the hit by pitch.
Leeper's not a guy that gets out of the way of a lot of pitches. If that ball's coming in inside on him, he's going to let it hit him. He's already been hit 9 times this summer, so he's not going to usually get out of the way.
So that brings in the left fielder today for the Eagles, Kenny Piper. He's 1 for 1 today with a walk. Singled back in the third. Radke works from the windup. First pitch is fouled away into the Falcons dugout, out of play. Kenny Piper, a Columbia College Cougar, plays just a couple of hours down the road in I-70. The Columbia College Cougars, Darren Munns, longtime Missouri coach. Here's the 0-1. Miss low, blocked in front by Schmidt.
It's a heck of a block right there, saving a run with the runner on third base.
1 ball, 1 strike. Now the count to Kenny Piper. Piper moved down in the order today for the Eagles, usually in the leadoff spot. Here's the 1-1. Fastball is tapped to the right side, out of play and foul towards the Eagles dugout down the right field line. So a big spot here in the middle innings of this ball game. Falcons can keep this within reach, or the Eagles could bust it wide open. It's a 5-2 lead for the Eagles over the Falcons. Here comes the 1-2 to Piper. Curveball is tapped on the left field line, out of play and foul. Piper not a guy with a high strikeout rate. The 16 strikeouts for him this summer in the Carneshield Collegiate League, uncharacteristic for him. Usually a guy that puts the ball in play. Here's the 1-2 again. Curveball is driven into left field. It's down for a base hit. 1 run will score in Damian Henderson. Here comes Justin Eads around third. He will score. They're waving Peyton Leeper around. The throw to the plate, not in time as he slides in safely. And Kenny Piper will move up to third base on the throw. It'll be a 3 RBI double for Kenny Piper. And the Eagles now lead by a big score of 8-2 over the Falcons here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
And Piper has a way to come through when you need him, doesn't he? Bases loaded. Just put the ball in play. Good things will happen. He's strong enough to muscle that down the left field line. And Leeper just trucking it around the base paths. And you force the defense to make a play. Good things will happen.
So with a runner on third and 1 out, it brings in Ole Arnston, the first baseman. First pitch to him, tapped foul into the dugout of the Falcons for strike 1. Arnston today, a couple of ground outs. Grounded both to the left side of the infield. 1 to Hoffman, or 1 to Leeper at short, and 1 to Jacobson at third. 0-1 pitch missed for ball 1. Here's the 1-1. Tap down the left field line, out of play and foul, and Arnston may have broken his bat. Sounded like that one came off the end of the bat, but Arnston checks it and thinks the lumber is good enough to go back into the box. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the Eagles' 7-hole hitter. Here's the pitch. Fastball painted on the inside corner, missed for ball. Noah Jacobson awaits on deck, the third baseman. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Second out recorded here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Radke is happy to get that one, as he has been struggling since taking over for Dawson Taylor in the third. Actually, the third inning was pretty good for Radke. He went 1-2-3, or Radke rather, came in the top of this 4th inning. Myers was the original pitcher for the Eagles, and he went 3 innings for them. Here's the pitch. Inside, curveball in there, strike 1. Kenny Piper awaits at third. 0-1 on the count to Noah Jacobson. Noah Jacobson can push it there. 2-2 pitch on the way. Curveball is lifted over the press box and out of play here at Carshield Field. So it's 5 runs in this half inning for the Eagles at the plate. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts to end the bottom of the 4th for Devin Radke, but not before the Eagles put a 5-spot up on the Falcons here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Falcons have some work to do in the top of the 5th. We're back in a moment. An 8-2 lead for the Eagles over the Falcons on the Car Show Collegiate League Radio Network and CCL TV. Ian Hickman followed by Troy Balesmith and Pete Zimmerman in the top of the 5th inning is inside. Ball 1. Ian Hickman, the right fielder today for the Falcons, an RBI single back in the 2nd. 1-0 on the way, misses. No, catches the inside part of the zone for strike 1. It's an 8-2 lead for the Eagles over the Falcons. The Eagles put up a 5-spot in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the pitch. 1-1 misses low. Ball 2. Troy Balesmith awaits on deck. 2-1 on the way to the right-handed Hickman. Fastball bounced in the dirt, picked by Stallcup, and he'll turn around to the home plate umpire and ask for a new baseball. Rain still coming down here at Carshield Field, but just a light drizzle as the radar indicates that the rain should pass over us in time for us to get both games in. Here's the 3-1. Curveball missed upstairs and a leadoff walk for Ian Hickman. So Hickman's on with his 2nd time today with the base on balls. Rolls it back to the top of the order, and Troy Balesmith was 1 for 2 today. Popped up to the left fielder in the 2nd inning, but singled, later scored on 2 wild pitches for the first run of the game for the Falcons. 8-2 lead. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside corner, called strike 1 from Michael Hoffman. Hoffman only got a chance to pitch 1 time this spring for Lewis and Clark Community College. It was a loss. He pitched 3 innings, gave up 7 hits and 4 runs to Kirkwood Community College. The lefty ready on the hill. Here's the 0-1. Fastball misses up and away to the Evansville Purple Lace Troy Balesmith for ball number 1. 1-1 on the count. A runner at first. Here's the pitch. Fastball caught the outside part of the zone. Strike 2. Balesmith will step out of the box, readjust himself, and looks like he's ready. Hoffman's ready on the hill too. Here's the pitch. 1-2 is flowing up into left field. Tracing back is Piper in left, and he'll make the catch in left center for out number 1. So Troy Balesmith, although he has found the glove of Kenny Piper twice this evening, seeing the ball pretty well, driving the ball to left field. Brings in Pete Zimmerman, the DH today. Walked, stole a bag in the first, and was hit by a pitch in the third. First pitch fastball in there, strike 1. Bunch of fans in attendance today. Of course, socially distanced at the ballpark. Attendance around 600 tonight. Here's the 0-1. Fastball outside corner, called strike 1. Capacity here at CarShield Field, 6,000, but with us having to do 25% capacity, can only get the stadium to about 2,000. Curveball in the dirt. We'll have Ian Hickman taking off for second. Throw from Stalkup. Goes into the glove of Jalen Jones, who had to jump into the air to make sure that ball didn't sail into center field. So it's a stolen bag from Ian Hickman. And Pete Zimmerman has an RBI opportunity here in the top of the 5th inning. Falcons have a lot of work to do as they trail by a score of 8-2. One-two the count now to Pete. Here's the pitch. Flowing up on the right side of the infield, but it gets out of play foul over the first base dugout. Don't forget, folks, we've got the Hoots and the Cornbelters coming up next in our doubleheader action tonight. Last Saturday night of the CarShield Collegiate League this summer. Another 1-2 on the way. Curveball's tapped to the left side of the infield, but it gets foul out of play. As Jacobson, the third baseman, went into foul territory to field that ball. And he'll toss it into the Falcons dugout as the Eagles pitcher, Michael Hoffman, won a new baseball. One ball, 2 strikes on the count to the Falcons' designated hitter. A runner at second, 1 out. Pitch on the way from Hoffman. Curveball misses low in the dirt. Zimmerman spit on it for ball number 2. Wade Stouse is awaiting on deck. Stouse is 0 for 2 today. Two balls, 2 strikes to count. 1 out. Here's the pitch. Missed up and inside, ball 3. So after Hoffman got 2 pitches in the zone to Pete Zimmerman, Zimmerman has now worked a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 7th pitch of the at-bat on the way from Hoffman to Zimmerman. Swing and a tapper to the shortstop. Leapers got it on to first to Arnston in time for out number 2.
And normally you'd think on a ground ball in front of you, you wouldn't, as a runner on second base, you wouldn't take off for third, but that ball was hit slowly enough, and Hickman got a good enough jump to where he can make it up to third. 9 times out of 10, you won't go to third on a ball hit in front of you, but it was hit slow enough, and Hickman got a good enough jump to make it there.
So now Hickman stands aboard at third after he led off the inning with the walk. Stole that bag to get to second, brings in the left-handed Wade Stouse, who's 0 for 2. First pitch on the way. Curveball inside corner, back door in there. Strike 1. Tough pitch to hit, and a lefty-on-lefty matchup when the lefty on the hill comes at you and attacks you on the inside corner with that backdoor curve. 0-1 on the way. Another backdoor curveball. This one sawed off to the right side by Stouse out of play and foul. So we'll reset here. No balls, 2 strikes on the count. Hoffman wants a strikeout here. Pitch is on its way. Curveball is sent into center field. Hop's got a beat on it, and he's there in center for out number 3. So no runs on no hits. Ian Hickman led off the inning with a walk, but he's left stranded as we move to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's an 8-2 lead for the Eagles over the Falcons here at CarShield Field. We're back in a moment. It's CarShield Collegiate League Baseball on the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network and CCL TV. John Stallcup, Aaron Hopp, and Jalen Jones due up in the bottom of the 5th inning. Here at CarShield Field, an 8-2 lead for the Eagles over the Falcons. We'll give you a scoring summary of the ball game. Falcons got on the board first with a run of their own in the 1st inning, added 1 more in the 2nd. That's the scoring for them. Eagles put on 3 in the 2nd and 5 in the bottom of the 4th. First pitch misses upstairs, ball 1 to John Stallcup. Stallcup is 1 for 2 today, struck out in a single. The pitch in there, strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike on the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a tapper to the right side into the Eagles' strike dugout. Makes it 1 ball, 2 strikes on the count. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Drop 3rd strike. Schmidt's got it. He'll make the throw down to first to Stouse in time for out number 1.
That's a nice job by Radke burying a breaking ball in the dirt. Not much Stallcup can do with it. If you don't recognize that pitch out of the hand, by the time you start your swing, it's well too late, and it's hard to make contact.
Brings in Aaron Hopp. He reached base twice today. Hit by a pitch, scored in the 2nd, walked, and scored in the 4th. First pitch, swinging is Hopp. Goes right to the shortstop, and Hoffman throw over to first base in time for out number 2. So Hoffman's natural position, of course, on the right side of the infield at second base, but he showed us today, Shane, that he can make pretty much every throw at the shortstop position, deep in the hole, straight to him, or on the run.
He's made all of them, and he's done all you can ask for playing shortstop. Doesn't have the strongest arm, but he has a good enough arm to get by, and he's made some nice plays.
Rolls it back to the top of the order, Jalen Jones. First pitch to him is driven into center field. Coming on is Hopp, but it drops in between Hopp and Hoffman, who was coming out from the shortstop position to trace that ball into shallow center field. But it drops in there for a base hit. So Jalen Jones has a 2-out single here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
That's just in no man's land. Not a whole lot you can do on that baseball. Just three fielders converge, and it's just out there too far for Hoffman to get to, and too shallow for either of the outfielders to get to it.
So that brings in the left-handed Damian Henderson, who's 2 for 2 on the day. A couple of singles. First pitch swinging. Oh, hot shot in the dugout of the Falcons. Hopefully it didn't catch anybody in the head, but that was a rocket into the Eagles dugout.
I think it missed everybody, but my word. Not expecting that with a left-handed hitter.
I mean, he turned on that pitch like nobody's business.
Hit the back of the dugout and pop back into play, thankfully. Thank goodness.
0-1 on the count now to Henderson. Besides the 2 for 2 day, he walked back in the first. 1 runner on at first and Jones. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, Jones is taken off for second, and he's going to be there with the stolen bag. Schmidt had the baseball, but didn't want to even attempt to throw down to second as Jones had got a good jump on it. First stolen bag of the day for Mr. Jones. Puts a runner in scoring position for Damian Henderson. 1 ball, 1 strike on the count. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. An 8-2 lead for the Eagles over the Falcons. Eagles trying to add 1 more. Here's the pitch. Inside and low. Ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Curveball's popped up on the right side of the infield. Coming in is Balesmith. Now it'll trace to the left side of the infield, and Ohm can't catch it. It drops into fair territory, and Damian Henderson's going to be on with an error. Ohm should have made that play. He had camped under it, and just because of the moist, kind of foggy night that we have here at CarShield Field, well, muggy would be the better adjective to describe the night. That ball was hit up on the right side of the infield because it looked like Troy Balesmith was giving chase. Then he backs off, and all of a sudden you see the left side of the infield converge. So a runner on first, a runner on second with 2 outs, and Justin Eads due up to the plate. First offering to him. Curveball outside corner, strike 1.
Outside corner, off the outside corner.
So it's a single and a stolen bag for Jones and an error for Damian Henderson. 0-1. Fastball missed low. Ball 1.
Makeup call perhaps there?
Second pitch looked better than the first. 1-1 on the way from Devin Radke. Almost offered at it to Deeds, but he did not go as the off-speed pitch missed outside and away for ball 2. Hickman is a couple of steps from the track in right field. Now he'll take a couple of steps to his right to reposition himself. Straightaway in center is Hoff, and so is Long in left. The pitch just got a piece of it to Deeds to foul it off into the Eagles' dugout for strike 2. Eads today has reached 3 times, all on fielder's choices. So even when he isn't hitting the ball all over the yard, he's still putting the ball in play. 2-2, here it comes. Swing and a miss. He got a piece of it, but it went into the glove of Austin Schmidt for a strikeout to end the inning. So Devin Radke takes care of the threat here in the bottom of the 5th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. Actually, 1 error in the inning on third baseman Brandon Ohm. We move to the top of the 6th inning. 2 left to play here at CarShield Field. An 8-2 lead for the Eagles over the Falcons. Shane's got the play-by-play next on CCL TV.
To the top of the sixth we go. I want to take this time once again to thank Interco for sponsoring the broadcasts all summer long. Head to itcscrap.com or call 1-877-258-3601 if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle. That's 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Austin Schmidt, Alex Hoff, and Michael Long, middle of the Falcons order, working against Michael Hoffman, who's worked a couple of scoreless frames out of the bullpen, preserving this lead for the Eagles. 8 unanswered runs have them up 8-2 as we head to the sixth. A swing and a miss from Austin Schmidt. 2 strikes on the Falcons catcher this evening. 0 for 2, a strikeout and a line out to the second baseman, Jalen Jones. Trying to get on base to lead off this sixth and try to mount a Falcons rally. They need 6. He pops that one up into shallow center, retreating the shortstop leaper, and he puts it away for the first out. So 1 away here in the sixth for the center fielder, Alex Hoff. So we've already had a Hoffman-Hoffman matchup. Now we get a Hoffman-Hoff matchup. Alex Hoff, the Falcons center fielder out of Maryville. The first pitch from Hoffman, a swing and a miss. Hoffman has surrendered just 1 base runner. That was a leadoff walk to Ian Hickman in the 5th. Other than that, he's been spotless. One ball, 1 strike to Alex Hoff on the evening. 0 for 2, a pop out and a ground out. The 1-1, swing and a fly ball hit in the left. Should be an easy play for Kenny Piper, and it is for the second out. So a nice job out of the bullpen so far for Michael Hoffman. He's retired 8 of the first 9 he's faced. Just 1 strikeout, but he's getting a lot of weak contact and a couple of harmless fly balls to begin this inning. With the humidity and temperatures cooling down as we head into the evening hours with the rain in the area, air's a little heavy, ball's not quite carrying like it has at times this summer. Hoffman taking advantage of that here in this inning. He's gotten 5 fly ball outs out of his 8. The pitch to Long is chopped at the plate and foul off of Long's leg. No balls and 2 strikes to Michael Long, trying to get something started here with 2 outs. Nick Hoffman awaits on deck. Hoffman looking for another 1-2-3 inning. The 0-2. Fastball upstairs. Long thought about it, but thought better of it. The rain has ceased for now. It rained about the first half of this ball game. And a called 3rd strike on the outside corner. 2nd strikeout for Hoffman. And 3 scoreless innings out of the pen for Michael Hoffman. Well done so far. We're through 5.5. 8-2 Eagles lead. They'll look to add on in the bottom half of the 6th. Right after this, you're watching Car Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. we keep playing for now, an 8-2 Eagles lead. And that pitch gets away from Radke and plunks Sleeper in the back. Wonder if the wet baseball might have played a factor in that hit by pitch, as it's coming down as hard as it has all night. And the fans seek shelter under the awnings on either side down the first and third base lines. Ole Jarnson with a couple runners on base. Kenny Piper on first, Peyton Leeper at second. Breaking ball from Radke, misses up and in, 1 ball, no strikes. That's really starting to come down now. As hard as it has all night. It stopped for about a half inning, and now it's back. Couple runners on. The pitch from Radke, blocked by Schmidt. The runners take off, and both runners move up. Piper to second, Leeper to third. These summer days, you get these pop-up showers that just come pretty much out of nowhere. This seems to be one of those. The 2-0. Down and away, 3 balls, no strikes.
And, of course, anybody who lives in the Midwest knows that, forecasts aren't necessarily all that reliable. But for the last week of the Car Shield Collegiate League, there is rain in the forecast every single day. So.
Yep, just about every day. There's a called strike on the outside corner. Hopefully it kind of falls in that time when we're not here, but you never know. I guess we'll find out. The 3-1 to Ole Jarnson. Swing and a miss. Good fastball there from Radke. There's just a cell that stretches from about St. Louis all the way up through Lincoln County. The county north here of St. Charles County, and Arnson's hit by a pitch. It's not very wide, but it's right over top of us right now. Bases loaded, nobody out now for Noah Jacobson. Bases loaded, nobody out. So we have a conference at home plate. And it looks like, for now, we're going to keep playing. There's not a whole lot on the radar. The heaviest part is right over top of us. But it is coming down.
Yeah, Coach Kiesel and Forrest Herman going back and forth and trying to have a conversation. Herman's got his hands up like let's either play or let's call it. Let's not sit on the field and try to figure it out.
Not sit here and twiddle our thumbs. Either let's play or let's get off the field. It looks like we're going to keep playing.
I mean, for the Eagles, they've got somebody out there warming up in the pen, a lefty, so he needs to know whether or not he needs to get ready for next inning.
That's Ian McMahon getting loose out there. I'm sure that mound, that's a dirt mound out beyond the right field wall, I do believe. And so that mound might be getting some moisture on it. He's really starting to throw. So we keep playing, bases loaded, nobody out. It's still coming down. 2 balls and no strikes. No action in the Falcons' pen. They're pretty short on arms, just a couple of relievers available for the Falcons. Kiesel trying to get Radke through this inning. There's a chopper to third. Ohm will come home with it, and he overshoots Schmidt. 1 run will score, another run will score. Piper slides safely into home to make it 10-2 Eagles.
And maybe that's why Brandon Ohm didn't throw that ball home. Originally, back a couple of innings ago when Jalen Jones was on third base and he was heading home, scored a run. If you remember that situation for the folks at home, Ohm had an opportunity on a slow chopper just like that one to either throw to first or make a decision to throw home. Instead, he double-clutched, kept it in his back pocket, and didn't make a play anywhere. That time he throws the ball, which is slippery right now, to home plate, and it sails on him.
So fielder's choice and an E5 on Brandon Olm. And still nobody out in the inning. There's a ground ball and a base hit through the left side for John Stallcup, and Ole Arntzen will score to make it 11-2.
Good piece of hitting right there by John, his second single of the day. And honestly, if I'm Josh Kiesel, I'm out here talking to the umpires saying, look, my third baseman just didn't get a grip on that last baseball. Obviously, playing conditions aren't good enough for us to continue playing. If I'm Kiesel, I'm out there arguing on behalf of my team, saying that we can't make the routine plays due to the conditions right now. Even though you're down big, that's something to try to consider, and I think they may.
I think Radke is heading to the dugout maybe to get a new glove, yeah. So Radke is looking for a new mitt, and he gets it. And he'll head back out to the mound. 11-2. The Eagles lead it. Still nobody out in the inning. 3 runs have already come across, and 5 straight have reached. A couple of singles, a couple of hit by pitches, and an error. A fielder's choice and an error. First and second, nobody out. The first pitch to Aaron Hopp is in the dirt. Just a steady rain here at Carshield Field. Not a whole lot I'm seeing on the radar, but whatever there is right over top of us. Still nobody out. 1-0 count to Aaron Hopp. The pitch from Radke. Upstairs, and he slipped. So runners move up to second and third.
And they're going to call it. He just slipped on the mound. There's no way you can continue this game. You're toying with the integrity of the game when you play in conditions that are not privy to these players being able to make routine plays. You just saw Brandon Olm at third base not be able to make a strong throw home because he couldn't get the grip on the baseball. Now you got the pitcher out there slipping all over the mound. Make the smart decision here. Don't play for 30 minutes and then come back out and see what happens.
That's, I believe, what they're going to do. They'll send the players off the field. We'll head into a delay here in the bottom of the 6th, 11-2. The Eagles lead it. We'll keep you updated as we get more information, but we have entered a rain delay here in the bottom of the 6th, 11-2. Eagles on top. So we head to the top of the 7th. We rolled Hoffman 0 for 1 in the evening, and he smacks a base hit to left field. So now 1 for 2 for the Falcons' second baseman.
I like that attitude right there from Nick Hoffman. says, look, it's another opportunity for me to get an at-bat. I know my team's down by, a big amount of runs right now, but treat every at-bat like it's a real at-bat in a real game, which this is, and have an opportunity to drive one into left field, and somehow, some way, you got to get the carousel going.
So now Brandon Ulm, who's found his stroke at the plate a little bit the last week or so. There's a swing and a miss. He's 1 for 2 on the evening so far. Base hit and a ground out to third. The 0-1 from Ian McMahon in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. The rain continues to fall here at Carr Shield Field. Again, game 2 of our doubleheader. Coming up about 20-25 minutes after the conclusion of this one, Hoots and Cornbelters. That's popped up on the infield. The first baseman, Arnson, near the first base line, makes the catch, 1 away. Ian McMahon, about a week or so ago, signed on to play at Missouri State. So congratulations to him, getting a chance to pitch at the Division I level. Cool moment for him. There's a called strike. McMahon as well, a broadcasting major. He's shown some interest in maybe coming in the booth a time or two, but he's busy out there pitching for Forest Herman's Eagles at the moment. No balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, I think I got a follow from him the other day on Twitter. He hosts a little baseball podcast. So he could very well have a broadcast career in his future. Going down there to Missouri State, you got a lot of good broadcasters that have been around for a long time down there in Springfield. Think about guys like Art Haynes, Don West, Corey Riggs. All those guys have been staples of Northwest or Southwest Missouri sports.
And that's hit into center field, sending the center fielder Hop back to make an over-the-shoulder catch. For out number 2, Falcons down to their final out.
And from folks that, that I know down there in Southwest Missouri, it's always fun being a Missouri State baseball player because you get a chance to play at Hammons Field, the AA home of the Springfield Cardinals. So that's something that McMahon will get a chance to experience too.
The first pitch to Troy Bealsmith is a ball down low, 1 ball, no strikes. McMahon, formerly at John A. Logan, so going from he was a Vol, now he'll be a Bear at Missouri State. Playing in the same conference as the man at the plate right now, Troy Bealsmith. 2 balls and no strikes. There's a called strike to Bealsmith. Two balls and 1 strike. Final chance for the Falcons in an 11-run ball game, and he smacks that to left. Piper won't get to it. He plays it on a hop and bobbles it. Hoffman will head into third. Bealsmith up to second. That throw gets away. Hoffman is going to come in and score. 13-3. And Devin Radke will get a chance to hit for himself. How about this? So instead of the designated hitter Zimmerman, Devin Radke will get a chance to hit with 2 away.
So the left fielder there, Piper, threw it to the cutoff man and the shortstop in Leaper, who turned to throw it to Jones at second, and that's how that ball went into right center.
So Hoffman scores. It's now 13-3. 1 ball, no strikes to Radke. Swing and a miss. Hey, if you're going to get a chance at the plate, might as well go up there hacking. That's exactly what Radke did.
Big boy went down to a knee,
Oh.
and now he takes off the arm guard. He's really getting serious.
Oh, it's getting serious now. The 1-1. Another swing and a miss.
What if he just paints one over the wall right here on a 1-2 pitch?
Hey, swing hard in case you hit it. The 1-2 from McMahon in the dirt. I believe he's wearing Pete Zimmerman's helmet, if I'm not mistaken.
And that is correct.
He's wearing his Mizzou helmet.
Big gold M on the front and then the chin guard.
The 2-2. Swinging a pop-up. He made contact. Puts it on the infield and heads up. He tosses the bat into the dugout. And Jalen Jones puts it away. And what an ending to this ball game. Radke tossed that bat into the Falcons dugout. He was trying to just toss it in front, and big boy's a little too strong. And wow, what a way to end this ball game. And a wacky ball game comes to an end. 13-3, your final score. The Eagles win it. They improve to 12-13. Falcons fall to 13-11 and 1. Wow, in a 13-3 ball game, that's a heck of a way to end it.
Yeah, that's probably one of the crazier finishes we have seen in the last couple of days here at the Car Shield Collegiate League. I mean, you roll the bottom of the 6th inning, and then that 7th, and Radke. Oh my goodness, we got more baseball on tap.
Hey,
though,
we got a whole nother game for you, a whole nother 7 innings of Car Shield Collegiate League baseball for you. Cornbelters and Hoots coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll see you then. Stick with us. Whoa, what a game that was. We'll have more baseball for you coming up shortly.
The final Saturday night of the 2020 Car Shield Collegiate League summer has come upon us. It's the second half of doubleheader action here at Car Shield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. It's the hometown Hoots taking on the Cornbelters in Game 2 of our doubleheader action. Cam Thomas, Shane Holsey along with you for the ride. Charlie Bornoff, our producer tonight, as the Cornbelters come into this matchup with a 12-10-2 record. And the Hoots coming in with a 12-9-1 record. Cornbelters sit third in the league standings, while the Hoots stand at second in the league standings after they lost last night to the Falcons, who stand atop the leaderboard with 13 wins and 10 losses. Let's run through your starting lineups before we get to first pitch here at Car Shield Field. The Hoots, although they are the hometown Hoots and in the first base dugout, they are the away team. So we'll run through their lineup first. Leading off, playing center field, number 5, Chase Krogman. Batting second, the right fielder, number 12, Dominic Cusimano. In the 3 spot, number 17, the shortstop, Nick Neville. Batting fourth, the catcher, number 36, Andrew Keck. Batting fifth, the left fielder, a new addition to the Hoots tonight, number 32, Kevin Graham. Batting sixth, the first baseman, number 6, Matt Dunham. Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 16, Colin Bergman. Batting eighth, the designated hitter tonight, number 7, Ty Stouse. And batting ninth, to round out the lineup for Joe Lincoln and company, the second baseman, number 11, Luke Lampros. We'll see a new arm on the hill today for the Hoots. It'll be Dylan Coleman, the minor leaguer, a member of the San Diego Padres minor league organization, played with the Fort Wayne Tin Caps. We'll see him in the bottom half of this inning. But in the top half, we'll see the lefty Ian Losey, former Adidas Athletic left-hander, heading to the University of Missouri in the fall to pitch for Steve Beezer and company. This is Losey's third start in the Car Shield Collegiate League, his 8th appearance overall. 15 in the third innings pitched for Losey. He's given up 14 hits, 8 runs, all of them earned, 26 strikeouts, 3 hit by pitches, and 8 walks, a 3.65 ERA for the left-handed hurler. You'll see Ian Losey anywhere from 88 to 92 on the fastball, lost speed in the mid-80s. We are ready for baseball here at Car Shield Field. Losey winds and deals the first pitch to Krogman. A fastball driven into center field, down for a base hit in right. Off the wall and the big monster in right, and the right fielder O'Lean will throw it into second. A long first single for Chase Krogman to start off the top of the first inning.
When you're swinging the bat as well as Krogman is, you get a first pitch to your liking, let that baby rip. You're seeing the ball well, and boy, he struck that ball well down in the corner.
One pitch, one base hit for Chase Krogman. Top of the leaderboard in almost every offensive category. Brings in the left-handed Dominic Cusimano, the right fielder today. First pitch fastball outside from Losey, ball 1. Cusimano heading to Indiana State University this fall, heading back there after spending last spring his redshirt freshman year there. Swinging a line drive into right field through the 4-hole for another base hit. Back-to-back singles for the hometown Hoots on Superhero Night here at Car Shield Field. Has runners on first and second base, and another lefty due up to the dish, the 3-hole hitter Nick Neville.
You talk about Superhero Night, how sweet are these green jerseys? These things pop.
Yeah, the Hoots normally with the black, gold, and white in their jerseys, wearing all green uniforms tonight with some designs on the front. The gold, white, and red owl on the front of their jerseys. Black numbers with white piping on the back and white pants tonight. First offering on the way to Neville is an off-speed pitch out and away, ball 1. Neville, a .328 hitter in the 3 spot this season for the Hoots. 3 big flies and 13 runs driven in. 1-0 on the way. Fastballs sawed off behind the screen for strike 1. Losey had a start earlier this week for the Cornbelters, in which he went 4 innings pitched. Got out of trouble a couple of times. Gave up 1 earned run and 3 walks, 6 strikeouts for him in that last appearance earlier this week. 1 ball, 1 strike first. 1-1 on the way to the left-handed Neville. Another off-speed pitch misses out and away, ball 2. So it's a really challenging lineup at the top of this order for the Hoots when they lead it off with Krogman, then Cusimano, followed by Waits on deck and Andrew Keck. 3 lefties in a row to face Ian Losey to comes. Swing and a miss on a high pitch that Neville couldn't turn on.
See, a lot of guys in these leagues, those sinker ballers like to work the ball down the zone. Losey likes to ride that fastball up in the zone, high spin rate. That's how he gets a lot of his strikeouts.
Count runs even now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Neville will twirl his bat. Now rocks steady in the right-handed batter's box. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, scooped by Cook to keep the runners at first and second. Count runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Hoots trying to get on the board first. Here in the top of the first. Cornbelters will have their shot in the bottom half of the inning. 3-2. Here it comes. Plunked him right in the middle of the numbers. Losey couldn't get the grip on that fastball. And now the bases are loaded with no outs here in the top of the first inning. Uncharacteristic of Losey, usually a guy who works pretty quickly, challenging guys all around the zone. And these first couple of hitters in this Hoots lineup have really been sitting on Losey, attacking the fastball as Krogman drove a fastball into right on the first pitch of the game. Then Cusimano drives one into right. Neville gets plunked in the back after working through an at-bat. And now that brings up Andrew Keck, the catcher today.
And we've talked about it, right? Most of the time you're going to get a first pitch fastball. These experienced hitters, they know a fastball most of the time is going to be coming, so why not, if you get it early in that bat, take a swing at it. Might be the best pitch you get.
Keck comes into today's game with a .295 average, a couple of big flies, and 9 RBIs. Here's the first offering to him. Swing and a miss on a fastball outside. Keck couldn't catch up to it for strike 1. Bases loaded, no outs here in the top of the first inning. Hoots trying to cash in on a couple of base hits and a hit by pitch to start this ball game out from the lefty hurler on the hill and Ian Losey. Keck steps out of the batter's box and calls time. Losey steps off the hill, and now they will reset. No balls, 1 strike on the count. Losey sets on the mound. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside corner, caught the outside corner of the zone for strike 1. Tate Matheny shaded a little bit to the right of the second base bag and center. Left fielder and Schmidt is straight away and left. And a couple of steps from the track is O'Lean and right. Here's the pitch. Up and away, ball 2. Your defensive alignment around the infield goes as follows. Mize at first, Green at second, Nivens is short. Berger's at third. Losey is on the hill, and Josh Cook is the battery behind the plate. 1-2 now the count to the Hoots catcher. Bases loaded, no outs in the top of the first. Here's the pitch. Swing and a sawed-off pitch that goes out of play and foul over the concourse behind the first base dugout. Kevin Graham awaits on deck. The new Hoot will have an opportunity after Andrew Keck to have a coming out party with the bases loaded. 1-2 pitch on the way again to Keck. Curveball is sawed down the right field line. Foul out of play. Good job by Keck identifying that off-speed pitch and just waiting to throw the hands to have an opportunity to at least drive to the right side. But that one was not able to stay in foul territory. 1-2 the count. 5th pitch of the at-bat upcoming to Andrew Keck. Here it is. Swinging a line drive through the 6-hole. Base hit. Chase Krogman around to score. Here comes Dominic Cusimano being waved in. A 2 RBI single for Andrew Keck starts the scoring party for the Hoots in the top of the first. They lead 2-0 over the Cornbelters.
And Keck, you know, he's going to give you a solid at bat, that 4 spot. He's a run producer. He's in that 4 spot for a reason. He likes to work the ball the other way, but when he gets a pitch to his liking, he can pull the baseball with authority. And just get yourself a nice, well-hit ball in play, good things will happen.
That brings in Kevin Graham. Brand new left fielder starting today for the Hoots. First day on the squad. Swings in from the left side. Here's the pitch. Swinging a tapper right back up the middle. Green's got it at second to second for one. On to first. In time for 4-6-3 double play.
That's as tailor-made as they come. Nate Green, a nice solid flip there to Nivens, and Nivens has all his momentum going to that first base bag. That's one of the more fun plays you can have as a shortstop, just coming across the bag and just letting that baby rip and firing a strike on to first for a double play.
So with 2 outs, it brings in the left-handed first baseman Matt Dunham as Keck advanced to third there on the batted ball. Here's the pitch. Outside. Strike 1. It's actually Nick Neville over there at third base as Keck was recorded out at that second base bag. Here's the pitch. Swinging a tapper right back to short. On a hop, fields it to Nivens on to first in time for the out. So 2 runs come across here in the top of the first inning on 3 hits. No errors in the inning for the Cornbelters in the field. We move to the bottom half of the first inning. The hometown Hoots lead over the Cornbelters by a score of 2-0. We're back in a moment on CarShield Collegiate League TV and the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network. Bottom of the first inning here at CarShield Field. Hoots have already gotten on the board with 2 runs in the top of the first inning. It was a 2 RBI single off the bat of Andrew Keck. It scored Chase Krogman and Dominic Cusimano. Dylan Coleman will start the inning from the stretch to DJ Schmidt, who delivers a first pitch fastball inside for strike 1. Dylan Coleman, a member of the San Diego Padres organization, a former Missouri State Bear. Plays with the Fort Wayne's Tin Caps. Here's the pitch to Schmidt, fouled off to the back of the screen for strike 1. Coleman, the 23-year-old from Potosi, Missouri, was a 4th-round draft pick back in 2018 by San Diego. Had a 5-5 record in the minors so far in his career. Here's the pitch. Swinging a tapper right back at the plate. Foul ball will be called by the home plate umpire, Justin Robinson, to make it 1 ball, 2 strikes on the count. In his career at the minor league level, he's pitched in 45 games, a 3.18 ERA for the righty. Opponents hitting .242 against him in his career. He's given up 31 runs, 20 of them earned, 52 hits, and 56 2/3 innings pitched. and 66 strikeouts on his career. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a tapper foul into the Hoots dugout, out of play. Coleman spent this past season at 3 different levels in 2019. The highest being Advanced A, was in the Arizona League at the rookie level, and also at single A full season. Swing and a miss on a fastball low for strikeout number 1 to start the ball game for Dylan Coleman. You're going to see a guy that fills up the zone a bunch, and these normal Cornbelters are going to have to really be locked in at the plate.
And he's going to come down right at you, that fastball. It's a heavy one coming from a 6'5" frame right over the top. It just bears in on you.
Brings in Tate Matheny, the right-handed hitter. Here's the first pitch to him. Fastball outside for ball 1. Matheny, another minor league player playing in the Car Shield Collegiate League, a member of the Boston Red Sox organization. So 2 minor leaguers going toe-to-toe. 1-0 outside, called strike. 1-1 the count now to Tate Matheny. He's having a heck of a summer here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Leads the entire league in home runs. Here's the pitch. Curveball's driven into shallow left field. Coming on, the left fielder who will let her drop in front for a base hit. Graham had a read on it, but wanted to let it drop in front. Make sure he didn't allow that ball to get past him. So it's a 1-out knock for Tate Matheny. Brings in the right-handed hitter Jake Berger, another minor league player. Just hasn't seen any action in the minors in a couple of seasons due to injury. First pitch to him. Fastball right down mainstream, strike 1. Berger in the Car Shield Collegiate League, just 21 at-bats for him. But he's hitting at a .381 clip. A home run and 4 RBIs for the White Sox prospect that was picked in the first round back in 2017. Here's the 0-1. Fastball outside corner, missed for a ball. So 1 ball, 1 strike on the count, 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Hoots already have a 2-0 lead. 1-1 on its way to Berger. Curveball swung on and missed low in the zone. And Berger was fooled by that fanner. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the count now to the Cornbelters 3-hole hitter. Matheny grabs his lead at first. Here's the pitch. Up and away, goes off the catcher's mitt to the backstop. And Tate Matheny will be at second base on the wild pitch. Your defensive alignment in the field for the Hoots goes as follows. From left to right in the outfield is Graham in left, Krogman in center, Cusimano in right. The infield, Dunham at first. Second is Lampros, short is Neville. Third is Bergman. Here's the pitch. Curveball low and away outside. Ball 2. Dylan Coleman on the hill. Facing off against Jake Berger, who has run the count full now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Battery behind the plate for Coleman tonight is Andrew Keck. 3-2, 1 out and a runner at second base. Here's the pitch to Berger. Swing and a miss on a fastball low and away. Got him swinging for out number 2. So a strikeout of DJ Smith to start off the ball game for Dylan Coleman. A single and an advance on the wild pitch for Tate Matheny has him at second base. And the strikeout of Jake Berger puts 2 outs on the board, and the cleanup hitter Will Menendez due up. He's been swinging a hot bat, had a home run yesterday and a grand slam this week. First offering to him is going to have to wait as Coleman steps off the mound. Menendez comes into this game today with a .237 clip. First offering to him. Here it comes. Fastball up and away, ball 1. Menendez, the Harris Stowe Hornet, with 7 RBIs on the season. A patient hitter who has 4 walks. 1-0. Here's the kick and the deal from Coleman. Fastball painted the outer third for strike 1. Outfield, no doubles defense all the way around from left to right. Infield playing big with 2 outs. Here's the 1-1. Up at the eyes to Menendez for ball 2. 2 outs on the board. A 2-1 count to the cleanup hitter for the Cornbelters, Will Menendez. A runner on second base in Matheny. Here's the pitch. Matheny takes off for third. The pitch is a ball. The throw down to third. No call from the field umpire. Now he makes a call and says that Matheny is safe. It was a bang-bang play over there at third base. But Matheny had a pretty good jump. So it's a stolen bag for Matheny, who originally advanced to second on a wild pitch from Coleman, now has his first stolen bag of the night. So a duck on the pond for Will Menendez and a 3-1 count to the right-handed hitter. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball that Menendez couldn't catch up to for strike 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hoots lead 2-0. Cornbelters trying to get on the board in the bottom half of the first. Here's the pitch. A waste pitch, low and outside. That puts Menendez on first base with a walk. So Menendez working a 6-pitch walk there. That brings in the second baseman today in the 5 spot in the Cornbelters lineup, Nate Green. Green started off his collegiate career at Jefferson College, transferred to Missouri Baptist. Green has seen limited action this summer with the Cornbelters. Has played in 6 games, 294 average for him, just under 20 at-bats for Nate Green. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Fastball up and away, ball 1. Hoots lead it by a score of 2-0 after they got 2 on the boards with an RBI single from Andrew Keck back in the top of the first. Here's the 1-0. Fastball sawed off back towards the screen for strike 1. This inning, Dylan Coleman has recorded 2 Ks in this Cornbelters lineup, rendered a hit to Tate Matheny, and gave up a 6-pitch walk to Will Menendez. So that puts runners at the corners. 1-1 the count to Nate Green. The pitch up and away, ball 2. And Coleman wondering where that one missed as he shrugged his shoulders after receiving the baseball back from his catcher, Andrew Keck. 2-1 now the count. Coleman comes set. Here's the kick and the deal. Swing and a miss on a fastball outside from Nate Green for strike 2. So now with 2 strikes, Nate Green will step back in the right-handed batter's box, choke up on his bat a little bit with 2 strikes, and try to protect against Coleman, who's trying to shut the door. Here's the pitch. Curveball's tapped down the left field line. Watch out, Tate Matheny. He's got to move his legs out of the way as that ball was foul. As Tate is at third, of course, taking his lead down the third base line. And that was a rocket that went right underneath the legs of Tate Matheny. So we'll do it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the count. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. Hoots lead 2-0. Coleman trying to keep it that way in the bottom half of the first. Here comes the payoff pitch. Curveball, swing and a miss, strike number 3. And all 3 Cornbelters that recorded outs this inning were strikeout victims coming off the hands of Dylan Coleman. So a base hit puts Tate Matheny on the board, and a walk puts Will Menendez on the field. But they can't cash in, can the Hoots? The Cornbelters in the bottom of the first. We move to the top of the second inning. It's a 2-0 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters. We're back in a moment on CCL TV and the Car Show Collegiate League Radio Network. Colin Bergman followed by Ty Stouse and Luke Lampros due up this inning for the Hoots. As we move to the top of the second, it's a 2-0 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters. Colin Bergman digs in from the right side against the lefty Ian Losey, who delivers a first pitch fastball on the outer third for strike one. It was a troubling first inning for Losey, who gave up back-to-back singles to start off the game to Krogman and Cusimano, who later scored on the 2 RBI single by Andrew Keck. Here's the 0-1. Curveball misses upstairs at the eyes of Bergman for ball one. 1-1 on its way. Bergman swings and lines this one into right field. Got too much air underneath it as it gets out of play and foul into the seats down the right field line. Bergman seeing his 38th at-bat of the season for the Hoots. 9 hits for him, 7 singles, a double, a triple, and a home run for him. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball outside, and Losey got him swinging for out number 1 of the second.
That's that fastball Losey likes to go to with 2 strikes. He's got a good breaking ball, but he likes to go with the high fastball. It's only about 86, 87, 88 tonight, but it's got good backspin, a lot of spin. It makes it look a lot harder than it really is.
Brings in the left-handed Ty Stouse with 1 out here on the top of the second. Stouse digs in from the left side. So it's a lefty-on-lefty matchup. First offering on its way. Hit him. Hit Stouse right in the hands. And you know Losey didn't mean to do that one. Was just trying to challenge the left-handed Stouse on the inner third. Sometimes those lefty-lefty matchups get tricky. Another component to that relationship between Ian Losey and Ty Stouse is that they just finished up playing an entire summer together with the Adidas Athletics. So they've been teammates all summer. They've got a competitive nature between the two. Obviously not something malintended there.
No malicious intent there. That's just sometimes you have to establish the inside part of the plate, and sometimes if you're going for that inside corner, you miss your spot by 6 inches, you can hit them. So that's going to happen every now and then, but you have to be able to work inside. You see a lot of guys who work the inside part of the plate have a high hit by pitch total. That's just because when they miss, it's just hitting them. So you got to work both sides of the plate, and Losey does a nice job of it.
So that'll bring in Luke Lampros. Lampros, the second baseman today. Lampros, a .231 hitter this season for the Hoots. Hairstow Hornet, one of 3 or 4 Hairstow Hornets that we have in this league, one of them being Will Menendez, who is the designated hitter on the other team today for the Cornbelters. Also have Brendan Klaus in this league. He's another Hairstow Hornet. So a runner at first in the top of the second. No outs. Here's the pitch to Lampros. A swing and a line drive into deep right center field. Going back to right fielder, he'll make the catch on the run for out number 2. That was a good read out there in right field by Olenian to see that one was going into right center, and he had a beat on it immediately to go grab it for out number 2.
And with a right-handed hitter, the ball is going to slice back towards the right field line, so you don't have to run quite as far when the ball is hitting the gap when you're a corner outfielder, because it's going to come back to you.
Rolls it back to the top of the order, and Chase Krogman. He's singled and scored in the first. Lefty-on-lefty matchup. Here's the pitch. Off-speed pitch missed out and away. Krogman trying to tell the runner at first and Stouse to head for second, but Stouse wasn't paying attention as that ball scooted away from the catcher and Cook. So it's 1 ball, no strikes on the count to Chase Krogman. A runner at first and Ty Stouse. 2 outs. 2-0 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters. Losey trying to keep it that way. The pitch grounded right back up the box. A CNI base hit for Chase Krogman. So Krogman seeing the baseball well today. Lined the first pitch of the ball game down the right field line for that single back in the first, and then takes that pitch right back up the middle for an easy dribbler into center for a 2-out base hit.
And he's got good power, but he doesn't swing out of his shoes. He just has a fantastic approach at the plate, takes it where it's pitched. If you throw him a pitch middle in, he can turn on it, but that's not necessarily his game.
So they'll bring in the left-handed Dominic Cusimano. He singled and scored back in the first as well. First offering to him. Curveball out and away to Losi. Ball 1. One 0 now the count. A runner at first, a runner at second. 2 outs in the top of the second. The pitch swung on and lifted, foul, out of play behind our broadcast booth here at CarShield Field. The last remnants of the sun have now dissipated behind darkness as we've got a full night sky here at CarShield Field. Lights are gleaming, beaming onto the field. Degrees in the mid-80s for temperatures tonight. 1-1 on its way to left-handed Cusimano. Curveball, backdoor in there for strike 1. 2 rather.
Cusimano gave up on that pitch and was halfway to the plate. And nasty, sharp breaking ball there from Losi.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes on the count now. Dominic Cusimano donning that number 12 today. Usually wears the number 1. Here's the 1-2. Swinging a line drive into right field. O'Leon's there, and he's going to make the catch on the run, coming in for out number 3. So no runs come across this inning for the Hoots on a hit by pitch and a base hit with 2 runners left aboard. No errors in the field by the Cornbelters. We move to the bottom of the second inning. Hometown Hoots hanging on to a 2-0 lead over the Cornbelters. We're back in a moment. It's CarShield Collegiate League Baseball on the CarShield Collegiate League Radio Network and CarShield Collegiate League TV. Carter Mize, Josh Cook, and Brandon O'Leon do up this inning for the Cornbelters. That's 6, 7, 8 in the order for the Cornbelters as Dylan Coleman worked to pretty clean first. Gave up a base hit and a walk, but every other Cornbelter in the lineup that faced him were strikeout victims. First offering to the left-handed Carter Mize in the dirt, ball 1. Mize starting at first base today for the Cornbelters. Here's the 1-0. Fastball low and inside. Ball 2. Mize has averaged just under that 200 mark. He's got 9 hits, 6 of them singles, a double, and 2 big flies. Here's a 2-0. Fastball swung on and missed at 92 miles an hour on the outside corner for strike 1. Here's a 2-1. Swinging a long drive. Deep right center field. Going back, Cusimano. Now he comes in 3 steps from the track and makes the catch in right field for out number 1. That ball had extra bases and maybe even a big fly written all over it, but with the conditions tonight being a little muggy, I think that's keeping balls in the ballpark and dying in the outfield.
Yeah, that heavy air is really knocking a lot of baseballs down that might have a chance of getting out. We've seen plenty of balls hit just like that leave the park.
Brings in the right-handed Josh Cook. First pitch swinging is Cook on a curveball on the outside corner for strike 1. Cook, the St. Charles Community College Cougar, plays his spring days right down the road. Cook's clip at 222. Swing and a miss on another curveball. Outside corner for strike two. Coleman's got that bender working pretty well, but when you have that to complement a fastball that's in the upper 80s, low 90s, it's just a lethal combination. Here's the 0-2. Waste pitch. Low and away, ball one. Coleman, an interesting guy, was obviously a starter during his days at Missouri State, but has probably been a reliever in the minor league level, which is why he's been working from the stretch since the beginning of the game. 1-2, curveball outside corner, stuck by the catcher Keck, but it was too far outside for Josh Cook to offer. Runs the count full to 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. A 2-0 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters as Coleman will step off the mound to reset. Outfield is straight away. Infield playing big with 1 down. Here's the pitch. Curveball missed outside. Went into the left-handed batter's box for ball 3. So now the count has run full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the right-handed Josh Cook. Brandon O'Lean, the right fielder for the Cornbelters, awaits on deck. Here's the pitch. Swinging a tapper right back up the middle. The second baseman getting over there to make the play is Lampros. They're on to first in time for out number 1. 2 on the board. Brings in the right fielder today, Brandon O'Lean. O'Lean seeing his first action at the dish this evening. University of Missouri St. Louis guy, playing for Corey Wall over there in Upsall. First offering to him. Fastball spiked in the dirt, picked out of it by Andrew Keck for ball 1. Home plate umpire Justin Robinson had to move out of the way of that one as that was ticketed for his toes.
Nolan was having a nice spring as well. He was hitting well at Umsel, had that average up over 300 most of the season. He swung the bat well as of late as well.
Average is at 250 so far this year in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Swinging a tapper right side on the 1-0 pitch that was foul and out of play. Liam with 3 doubles this year in the Car Shield Collegiate League, just 1 big fly for him. So he's got some pop in that bat. Could provide a little extra insurance in the bottom half of this order for the Cornbelters. 1-1 the count, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss on a dirty curveball inside and low for strike 2. This Cornbelters lineup is getting a real test tonight against a seasoned minor league arm in Dylan Coleman. Here's the pitch. 1-2 up and inside. Runs the count to even to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes on the count. Bottom of the second inning. Here's the pitch. Misses low and inside for ball 3. So after Coleman gets O'Lean to swing through a curveball low and inside for strike 2, he goes back with curveball on the 1-2 and curveball on the 2-2 that O'Lean doesn't offer at. 3-2 on its way. Curveball is tapped right back to the shortstop, Neville. He'll field in time to throw him first in time for out number 3. 1-2-3 inning for Dylan Coleman on the hill. We're through 2 here at Car Shield Field. It's a 2-0 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters here in the Car Shield Collegiate League on Car Shield Collegiate League TV and the Car Shield Collegiate League Radio Network. We're back in a bit.
We head to the top of the third. Hoots lead it 2-0 over the Cornbelters. Ian Losey back out for his third inning of work. Couple of runs in the top of the first for the Hoots, but nothing doing for either ball club since. Dylan Coleman has worked 2 scoreless for the Hoots. And they lead it 2-0. Nick Neville leads things off. Andrew Keck and Kevin Graham to follow. First pitch to Neville is a called strike on a breaking ball from Ian Losey. Two runs on 4 hits, no errors for the Hoots. No runs on 1 hit, no errors for the Cornbelters. Ian Losey works from the third base side of the rubber, the kick and the pitch. Upstairs, no ball, or 1 ball, 1 strike. Since being inserted into this Hoots order a few weeks ago, Nick Neville has been one heck of a hitter. 10 doubles and 61 at-bats, hitting almost .330 coming into play, and he was hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance. The on base right around .380. Doesn't walk a lot, but puts the ball in play with great efficiency. Just 3 walks and 9 strikeouts in 66 plate appearances. 67 after that first one tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The offering from Ian Losey. Down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 3-4-5 for the Hoots. Dylan Coleman has held the Cornbelters off the scoreboard. He surrendered the 1 base hit to Tate Matheny, and that has been it. The 2-2 pitch to Neville. Swinging a fly ball in a shallow center. Tate Matheny has a beat on it, and he makes the catch for the first out. So the first man is retired for Losey here in the third. And that brings in the catcher, Andrew Keck. Losey just over 30 pitches through 2 1/3. 4 hits, couple of runs. He's got 1 strikeout. Throwing strikes about 60% of the time. First pitch to Keck is a breaking ball that misses outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Shane Holsey, Cam Thomas with you here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Charlie Bornoff on the production as always, doing a fine job. The 1 ball, no strike offering to Keck is a fastball outside. Losey features a fastball in the mid-upper 80s, can touch 90. Hasn't reached that mark yet tonight. He's been right around the 87-mile-an-hour mark. Good breaking ball as well. There's a fastball that misses down. 3 balls, no strikes. Losey, a bunch of strikeouts coming into play. 26 and just over 15 innings coming into play. The left-hander headed to the University of Missouri. And he walks Keck on 4 pitches. So Andrew Keck reaches base for the second time. Keck delivered a 2 RBI single to drive in the only runs of the game. Back at the first, now he's on base with a 4-pitch walk, and that brings in the new Hoot, Kevin Graham. Out of Ole Miss, left-handed swinger. Formerly of Westminster Christian Academy. That's where he spent his high school days. He was a sophomore at Ole Miss this spring. He was a freshman All-American in 2019 at Ole Miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Graham played in 11 ball games this spring for the Rebels. .237 hitter. Hit 3 long balls. The pitch from the left-hander, Ian Losey, instead time called.
I think folks at home need to realize that, you know, a guy like this and Graham playing at Ole Miss as much as he did his freshman campaign, that's a really hard thing to do, and to be that successful at it, this guy's got a lot of skill.
He's got it. And he's still got at least a couple more years left.
You wonder if when Ole Miss picks things back up next spring. If he has a big spring, could he be on a radar of a team to draft him in the Major League draft?
He's still got a lot of room to grow. He's already got the talent. And from what we've seen tonight, what limited action, he's got a quick swing, very smooth mechanics, not a lot of moving parts. Very smooth, compact swing. Sweet swing from the left side. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Facing the left-hander, Ian Losey. Keck gets his lead off first, and he takes off. The pitch is outside, and Graham went around, so he's out. But Keck swipes second base. Graham went around on the check swing. So he's now 0 for 2. Keck steals second base. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for Healthy Living, Youth Development, and Social Responsibility for Andrew Keck. How about stolen base number 14 on the summer? He has yet to be caught.
That is pretty impressive for Keck, but even more impressive in this lineup tonight for the Hoots and Joe Lincoln is the abundance of lefties. Adding Kevin Graham to the lineup today puts 6 lefties in this lineup.
Left-handed heavy lineup. These are some powerful left-handed hitters too. The first pitch to Matt Dunham, one of those lefties, a big swing and a miss. He was behind the fastball.
And obviously Joe Lincoln having the experience that he has, you know, a lot of guys say Kevin Graham comes into your lineup, a guy like that, hitting so well at the SEC level, let's put him up in the 4 spot. No. Hoots manager Joe Lincoln says let's keep Keck in the 4 spot and keep Graham in the 5.
Like we like to say around here, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Of course.
Keck's playing so well, hitting that 4 spot, you don't want to break up a good thing.
But how about the awareness of Joe Lincoln, the manager for the Hoots, realizing that Losey's on the mound tonight, a hard-throwing lefty, so you spread out the lefties in the lineup to switch it up on Losey. And, of course, that's a typical decision that any college manager, any college coach will make. But for the folks at home, a lot of decision-making goes into making up the lineup every night.
You don't want 5 or 6 lefties right in a row, especially if you know they're lefties that prefer right-handed. Most left-handed hitters prefer right-handed pitching, and same thing with right-handed hitters. A lot of right-handed hitters prefer left-handed pitchers. It seems like it's not as prominent with right-handed hitters as it is with lefties, but just because there's so few of them. A 2-1 pitch to Dunham, 1-2 pitch rather, outside corner, called third strike. Dunham goes down looking for the final out. Couple of strikeouts to end the inning for Ian Losey. He's got 3 of them through 3 innings. Hoots lead at 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. New arm for the Hoots, wearing a different number this evening. I said the normal number 1 in the Hoots lineup. It's Tyler Bastunis wearing number 1 this evening. Almost slipped and said Cusimano. They've got a text from Joe Lincoln. He said they found the number 1 jersey. So Tyler Bastunis slips it on. Now he's on the mound facing Spencer Nivens. No balls and 2 strikes. His new jerseys switching up the numbers on us, and at least Coach Lincoln told me beforehand what the changes were, and I still found a way to mess it up. So 1 ball, 2 strikes as that pitch misses in the dirt to Nivens. So a couple scoreless innings for Dylan Coleman. He gives way to Bastunis here in the 3rd. 2-0, Hoots on top. Those 2 runs coming in the first on a single by Andrew Keck, driving in a couple of runs. Keck on the summer has moved into double digits now with 11 runs batted in. Those are the only runs of the ball game so far. Just 1 hit for the Cornbelters. 8-9-1, or 9-1-2 rather, in their lineup. Nivens fouls that one away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count stays even. Nivens, Schmidt, and Matheny, who has the only base hit tonight for the Cornbelters. Spencer Nivens, a very pesky hitter up there at the plate. And that's hit into left center, and that'll fall for a base hit. Kevin Graham kind of caught in between there as to whether to go for that baseball or let it drop, and he lets it fall for a base hit.
Yeah, that's the second ball like that in left field that Kevin Graham has let fall in front of him. The first one, I believe, was that base hit from either Andrew Keck or the second base hit from Chase Krogman. One of those 2 he let fall in front of him. Got to realize he hasn't played baseball all summer.
And also you're playing, I'm not sure whether he's played in this ballpark before. We're not exactly sure, so maybe a new background, maybe adjusting to the sight line a little bit.
Yep.
So a base hit for Spencer Nivens. He's on to lead off the inning for DJ Schmidt. He chops that one over the head of Bastunis. Only play is to first, and that's made by Lampros for out number 1.
Yeah, good job directing traffic on the middle part of the infield from Tyler Bastunis on the mound. Usually you don't see the pitcher directing traffic on the middle infield, but Tyler Bastunis, being a middle infielder, being a second baseman, tells his second baseman, Lampros, hey, the play is at first. Let's just make sure we get 1 here.
And that's where having a guy like Bastunis on the mound who plays other positions can come in handy on plays like that. So the Hoots do get an out on the play. Nivens advances to second. On the ground out, Schmidt now 0 for 2. Now Tate Matheny, who picked up the first base hit for the Cornbelters, also stole a base. Matheny, 8 home runs on the summer to lead the league. 19 runs driven in, also towards the top of the leaderboard. 20 runs scored as well.
Final line for Dylan Coleman, who Shane just mentioned had 2 scoreless innings. 2 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts.
So a good Carshoe Collegiate League debut for the former Missouri State Bear and current Fort Wayne Tin Cap. In the Padres system, he tosses a couple scoreless innings, gives way to Bastunis. That pitch in the dirt, blocked nicely by Keck, keeping the speedy Nivens from advancing to third base. 3 balls and 1 strike to Matheny. Dangerous count here. Jake Berger awaits on deck.
Yeah, and that's pretty typical for a first appearance for Coleman. Don't know when the last time he pitched was. Probably hasn't pitched since minor league baseball decided they were going to cancel the 2020 season. So good first outing for him, get his feet wet.
At least not in live action. As that pitch gets away to the backstop, and Matheny will take a walk. And Nivens will advance to third. Runners on the corners now for Jake Berger. Second time Matheny has reached base. Second walk issued by Hoots pitching this evening. That pitch got way away from Bastunis and went all the way to the backstop. And now an RBI chance here for Jake Berger. Cornbelters in prime position to get on the scoreboard right here, as long as Berger doesn't hit into a double play. Runners on the corners, 1 away. Bastunis set for the first pitch. A swing and a line drive, caught by Neville, and they're going to have Matheny doubled up at first base. Oh, my. Berger smoked that baseball right at Nick Neville, and not a whole lot Tate Matheny could do. He's doubled off at first base, and that's how the inning comes to a close, and the Cornbelters can't scratch across a run. We're through 3. Hoots lead it 2-0 as we head to the 4th here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Bottom of the Hoots order, 7, 8, 9 here in the 4th. Want to take this time to thank our proud sponsor, Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. That pitch to Bergman misses for a ball. 1-877-258-3601. That's the number you can call. Or head to itcscrap.com if you have large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle. Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since 1996. That pitch misses outside to Colin Bergman. 2 balls, no strikes. Bergman, Staus, and Lampros, 7, 8, 9. For the Hoots, trying to add on to their 2-0 lead. Jake Berger lined into a double play to end the bottom of the 3rd. Matheny caught off first base. 2 scoreless frames since the top of the 1st for Ian Losey. That was a 2-run inning. For the Hoots, that's the only scoring of the ball game so far. 4 hits for the Hoots, 2 for the Cornbelters. Breaking ball just missed. Thought he had strike 2. Instead, he's got ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike to Colin Bergman. Bergman 0 for 1 with a punch out back in the 2nd. The 3-1. Right down the middle for a strike. Right over the middle of the plate at the knees for a strike. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Colin Bergman. Bergman has driven in 11 runs so far this summer, no homers. A double and a triple. The 3-2. Breaking ball, ring him up, called 3rd strike. And Losey freezes him on a nasty breaking ball. 3 straight strikeouts for Losey, 4 total on the evening.
Heck of a settle down here in the 4th inning for Ian Losey, right? I mean, 1st inning he gives up 3 base hits, a couple of runs come across, but since then he's pretty much kept his Hoots lineup at bay.
Couple of scoreless frames since the 1st, and Losey's started to settle in. Here's Ty Staus. A 58-foot breaking ball misses for a ball. Ty Staus, a very patient hitter at the plate. 11 walks and 53 plate appearances coming into play, so that on base about 320 with the batting average under 200. The 1-0 from Losey. Right down the middle for a strike. Losey fires in the fastball. That fastball right around 86, 87, 88 miles an hour this evening. Breaking ball in the low 70s. And that one gets away from him. Over the head of Ty Stouse for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ty, the younger brother of Wade Stouse, a member of the Falcons. Ty headed to Southeast Missouri State to join his brother, along with fellow Hoots catcher Andrew Keck. The 2-1 in the dirt. Losey struggling to find the control here to Stouse. A couple pitches and missed in the dirt, and one over the head of Stouse. Three balls and 1 strike to Stouse. Here's the offering from Losey. It misses for a ball. So now the second baseman, Luke Lampros, will step in. Runner on first base after the leadoff walk for Ty Stouse. Walk number 12 for him on the season. Second time he's reached base. He's on first base with 1 out. Now Lampros facing Losey. Ball missed just a bit down and in. 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 set to come from Mr. Losey. Long look at Stouse at first. Swing and a miss. 88 on the gun on that fastball from Losey. That's been the high end of his range tonight. Working here into the 4th inning, 1 away. 2-0 Hoots. 1 ball, 1 strike to Luke Lampros. Stouse creeps off first. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Thank you for joining us here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Let us know where you're watching from. Drop in the live chat. Hit us up on social media at Car Shield CL. Let us know where you're watching from tonight. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you for tagging along with us here for a couple ball games this evening. We had some rain earlier this evening, but it is ceased. The 1-2. Upstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's been a great season of baseball so far. We got about a week left. We're off tomorrow, and then 3 games every day, Monday through Friday. We're in the home stretch, but plenty of baseball to be played. Still 15 more ball games after the one this evening. Long look by Losey. The 2-2 is hit down the right field line. Brandon Olean to the wall, and it's off the wall. Stouse was running all the way. He's around second. He's going to slide into third, and Lampros has a 1-out double off the right field wall.
Good job by Olean playing that off the wall, playing the big bounce, getting it in as quickly as possible, because on that play, all you want to do is get it to your cutoff man so he has an opportunity to direct traffic and take that baseball wherever it needs to go. So good job by Olean. Number 1 priority there, play the big hop off the wall and fire it in as quickly as possible. Good thing for the Hoots, though, they roll it back to the top of the order, and their big hitter, Chase Krogman.
Looks like Olean might have had a beat on that, but it did hit off the wall a little too high for him to leap up and try to catch it. So now the Cornbelters bring the infield in with 1 away. Chase Krogman at the plate. And 8, 9 in the Hoots order have reached. And when the bottom of the order can get on for the top of this Hoots order, watch out. This guy at the plate right now has a couple of hits already. The 1-0 from Losey. Went with the slider there, and it missed outside.
And for folks at home, they're like, well, Chase Krogman, he's a White Sox prospect. He should be doing this stuff. Well, he's doing it against really good competition and really good talent that he very well could see down the road in the minors.
Absolutely. And he's only 19. It's not like he's 22, 23 years old either. He's the same age, if not younger, than a lot of the players in this league.
Well, you think about it. He's facing off against a guy in Ian Losey who's an 18-year-old, but he's heading to the University of Missouri. And I know from personal insight that Losey has had looks from minor league clubs and major league clubs to get drafted.
There's a good pitch on the outside corner. Caught the outside black, and a nice pitch there to get the count back to even. He's fought back from 2-0 to work it back to 2-2. This could be one of the bigger at-bats in this ball game. The 2-2. Outside, Cook got a glove on it. It's about all he could do right there. You don't want to try to, on those pitches way outside as the catcher, you don't necessarily want to try to slide your body over and block it because then it can ricochet and go towards the dugout. Just try to get a glove on it. That's exactly what Cook did there to keep it from going to the backstop.
And boy, did he just get a piece of it. I mean, literally maybe a quarter of the baseball touched his glove, but just enough to keep it in front.
So now 3-2 to Krogman. Dominic Cusimano on deck. The 3-2. Hit sharply down the first base line and foul.
And that's the thing that amazes me about Chase Krogman is it doesn't matter about pitch location. Wherever it's pitched, he finds a way to get the barrel on it. That pitch from Losi was a fastball challenging Krogman up and inside, and Krogman found a way to keep that front half open and get a barrel on it.
And the key word there is barrel. It seems like when he makes contact, he hardly ever misses the barrel. The 3-2, a swing and a miss. Massive strikeout there for Losi for out number 2 to take care of Krogman.
And that was filthy. Krogman, 2 straight pitches before, seen a fastball, then rips a fastball foul down the right field line, and Losi just gives him the bender in the dirt. Absolute filth from the lefty.
And he's a professional hitter, but Josh Cook behind the plate and Losi, I'm sure they saw that foul ball down the right field line. They saw he was out in front of it. Throw him a breaking ball. If he doesn't adjust, he's going to be even more out in front of it, and he was. So now 2 away for Dominic Cusimano, a swing and a miss. Wearing number 12 this evening with those green Hulk-inspired jerseys. Tyler Bastunas wearing number 1. They found that jersey after the game started, so Bastunas wearing Cusimano's traditional number 1. The 0-1 from Losi, a check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Cusimano pleads his case with Justin Robinson, but to no avail. So now an 0-2 count, and Losi can try to work out of a runners on second and third and 1-out jam by getting the top 2 in this Hoots order. He's 1 strike away from doing so. The 0-2. Swinging a ground ball to the second baseman, Nate Green. He smothers it, tosses on to first. Nicely done by Ian Losi to work out of that jam. The Hoots straying a couple in scoring position. We're halfway through. The Hoots still on top 2-0, but Losi works out of a jam in the 4th as the rain starts to fall as we head to the bottom of the 4th on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. The cleanup hitter, Will Menendez, gets things started for the Cornbelters. He's first pitch swing and pops it up. And that's put away by Matt Dunham. 1 pitch, 1 out for Bastunas here in the bottom of the 4th. Just a couple hits for the Cornbelters and a big old goose egg on the scoreboard. The only 2 runs of the ball game came in the top of the 1st, and it's been nothing but zeros since then.
And boy, did Tyler Bastunas need that. I mean, his defense got him out of some huge trouble back in that 3rd inning with that double play.
If you weren't with us in the bottom of the 3rd, Jake Berger came to the plate with runners on 1st and 3rd and 1 out. Hit an absolute rocket to the shortstop, Nick Neville, and he snagged it and fired on to 1st, and Tate Matheny had nowhere to go. And a terrible way to end the inning if you're the Cornbelters, but Bastunas will take it. Nate Green skies that one to deep right. And to put that away on the track is Dominic Cusimano for the second out.
Yeah, and I think, Shane, what we just talked about previously in the inning, if the fans who are with us now weren't with us last inning, I think the conditions now are really toying with some of these outfielders because if you notice, Cusimano had a beat on that in right, but he camped and then all of a sudden he starts moving to that glove side and makes about 6 or 7 steps to his left before he makes that catch.
Especially with the ball hit that high in the air, it can kind of disappear in that black night sky, maybe get lost in one of the lights. And that's ripped to second. A diving stop by Lampros on to first. Steals a base hit from Carter Mize. Highway robbery by Luke Lampros. And a quick inning for Tyler Bastunas. We head to the fifth. Boy, that was quick. We head to the fifth. 2-0 Hoots. After a 5-pitch bottom of the fourth that took a grand total of about 2 minutes, we head to the fifth. Nick Neville leads things off, facing Ian Losey, who's worked 3 straight scoreless after giving up 2 runs in the first. There's a strike on Nick Neville, Neville Keck, and Kevin Graham. 3-4-5 for the Hoots as they try to add on to their 2-0 lead. 2 scoreless for Dylan Coleman, 2 scoreless for Tyler Bastunas, 3 straight scoreless for Ian Losey with 5 strikeouts. There's a called strike, and Losey has found his groove here in the middle innings.
Sometimes that's what you need, especially for a guy like Losey who's been stretched out already in the summer season with the Adidas Athletics, and now he comes to the Car Show Collegiate League. Last performance only went 4 innings. Now he's going into the fifth.
And continuing to pitch well as Neville cracks that one to right. Ole and back to the track makes the catch.
And I'm telling you, we're going to keep saying it. Earlier this week, that ball's out of here.
Yeah.
Saw plenty of balls carry into that power alley in right center, and everything is just dying tonight.
So it looks like we'll have a call to the bullpen. Looks like Ian Losey's night is through. He works 4 1/3 of solid baseball. Well done by Ian Losey settling in after the first inning. We'll tell you about the new Cornbelters arm right after this. 1 out here in the fifth. New arm for the Cornbelters. It's the Fontbonne commit Christian McConnell, and Andrew Keck greets him with a ground ball to third base and an absolute seed over to first base by Berger. 1 pitch, 1 out for McConnell. Third appearance for McConnell on the summer so far. New addition to this Cornbelters bullpen. Worked a scoreless inning back on Friday against the Gems. That Friday being yesterday. So second appearance in as many days for McConnell. And that's hit into right field and a base hit for Kevin Graham, his first hit here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. He's 1 for 3.
I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of that over the next week. So that was just a perfect pitch, but a better piece of hitting there by Kevin Graham.
So Graham picks up a 2-out hit. Now the first baseman, Matt Dunham. Final line for Ian Losey, 4 1/3, 77 pitches, 5 hits, 2 runs, 5 Ks, a couple of walks. Settled in nicely after a 2-run first inning. From then on, after the first inning, just a couple of hits and no runs and 4 strikeouts. That pitch from McConnell gets away from Cook, and Graham will head out to second. So Graham advances to second on the wild pitch. 2 balls and no strikes. Runner on second is Graham for Matt Dunham. Comes into this at bat 0 for 2 on the evening. Trying to extend the inning to Colin Bergman and maybe drive in a run. And another pitch gets away from Cook, and Graham will head over to third. Now 90 feet away. 2 pitches away. He was 270 feet away, and he's moved up 90 feet each of the last 2 pitches. 3 balls and no strikes to Matt Dunham here in the top of the 5th. 2-0 Hoots on top. They've gotten those 2 runs on 6 hits. Just a couple of hits for the Cornbelters. There's a called strike from McConnell. Future Fontbonne Griffin. 3 balls and 1 strike to Dunham. And he drops in a off-speed pitch there. 4 strike, 3 and 2. So he's come back from 3-0 to run the count full to 3 and 2. The full count delivery. Breaking ball, and Dunham a little bit out in front of it, smacks it foul. Dunham has driven in 12 runs, couple of home runs this summer, 3 doubles. The 3-2 in the dirt. Gets away from Cook momentarily, but not enough for Graham to come in to score. So Dunham is on first. He reaches base for the first time. Now runners on the corners for Colin Bergman. Dunham ran that at bat to 7 pitches and works a 2-out walk, couple of 2-out base runners. Hoots looking for some insurance here in the middle innings. The first pitch to Bergman, a breaking ball upstairs from McConnell. The 1-0. Now 2-0 as that pitch misses down and away.
Are you surprised? I've been a Canucks fan for, what, 5 games?
Christian McConnell out of St. Dominic High School. There's a swing and a miss from Bergman. 2 balls, 1 strike. Plays his summer ball for the St. Louis Sting. 5'10", 160 pounds. About 4 months away from his 19th birthday. There's a breaking ball hit into right field. Olean back to the wall and makes the catch and runs back first into the wall. So the Hoots strain a couple runners on base. And we head to the bottom of the 5th. 2-0, Hoots lead it. Cornbelters coming to bat. They need some runs. And they're going to need them quick as we head late into this ball game. 2-0, Hoots lead it here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Josh Cook leads off for the Cornbelters here in the bottom of the 5th, still facing Tyler Bastunas, who's worked a couple of scoreless innings in relief of Dylan Coleman. And he fires in a strike to Cook. Bottom of the Cornbelters order, trying to get things started. They've been held off the scoreboard. The 0-1, a swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Bastunas, his 5th appearance so far this summer, an ERA in the mid-4s coming into play. That pitch misses down low, 1 ball, 2 strikes. 12 strikeouts, 4 walks in those six and a third innings. 3 saves on the summer so far for Bastunas. The 1-2. Breaking ball misses down and away. Josh Cook on the summer so far, a home run, 5 runs driven in. The 2-2. Broken back grounder hit slowly to Neville. He waits on it. He's going to have to hurry, and Cook is safe. An infield single for Josh Cook. Neville took a little too long getting to that baseball. And the 3rd hit of the evening is an infield single for Josh Cook. The catcher showing off the wheels, beating off that infield ground ball. Beating out that infield ground ball. I apologize. There's a ball up and away to Brandon Olean. So Cook runs out that ground ball to short. He's now 1 for 2. Just the 3rd hit of the night for the Cornbelters. 2 balls, no strikes. The count to Brandon Olean. Now Olean representing the tying run. The pitch from Bastunas, a foul ball straight back. That was the 2nd hit surrendered by Bastunas here in his 3rd inning of work. 2 balls and 1 strike as Olean had a rip at that 2-0 pitch. Still a good hitter's count here, 2-1. Open stance for Olean. The 2-1. Outside corner, good pitch. Dots up a fastball on the outside corner. Bastunas looking for a strikeout or a double play ball. The 2-2. Breaking ball stays outside. 3-2 after the infield single by Josh Cook on a broken back ground ball to Nick Neville. 3-2 the count to Olean, and he'll call time. Runner on first, nobody out. Bottom of this Cornbelters order. Trying to spark a rally. The 3-2. Strike 3 called. Ring him up. A fastball at the knees. And Bastunas punches out Olean for the first out. First strikeout for Bastunas on the evening. So now the 9th place hitter, Spencer Nivens. The first pitch from Bastunas upstairs. Nivens, a single his last time up. 1 for 1 on the evening. Just getting his 2nd at bat. Top of the order, DJ Schmidt on deck. Going to be tough to turn 2 on Nivens. The 1-0. Outside corner. Man, Bastunas pumping that outside corner against these left-handed hitters.
Man, you took the words right out of my mouth. These last 3 innings for Bastunas, he's looked really, really good coming in after Coleman.
There's a ground ball up the middle and a diving stop by Lampros, but he can't get it out of his glove. Wow, what an effort just to get to that baseball. Just to keep it on the infield, a nice round of applause for Lampros. Wow.
I think the second base position is taken for granted more times than not, because a lot of people don't realize that right side of the infield, that entire span pretty much from first all the way up to the middle is your responsibility, because part of the time when there's a runner on first base, that first baseman's going to be covering, so it's not like the left side of the infield.
You make a great point there. You have to have a lot of range. The range for a second baseman is often overlooked. You can steal a lot of base hits just by getting great jumps on baseballs. You talk about getting great jumps in the outfield, but it's equally as important on ground balls as well. No balls and 1 strike, and Lampros just to keep that ball in the infield was a miracle in the eyes of Tyler Bastunas.
And I'm just looking at the ground that he's covered on 2 different plays tonight. That play, he's covering all the way behind the bag at second. He had another play where there was a tapper to the right side almost through the 4-hole, and he made a diving play to keep it on the infield.
And that's chopped back to the pitcher. This could be 2, 1 to 6 to 3, but it's high. And now Cook thought better of it. He'll stay at third. Neville tried to sidearm that baseball over to first to try to get it there in time. Not sure if the throw would have got him, if it would have been on line, but no harm done. It just goes in as a fielder's choice.
And the only thing that kept the Cornbelters from cutting this lead in half was that brick wall down there over the right field line, because the ball ricocheted right off that brick wall, right back into the hands of the first baseman, Dunham. So he had an opportunity to fire a strike to Keck, and good job and good awareness by Cook over there at third base, just freezing and not making a move.
Especially when you're down 2. If you're the tying run, maybe you take a chance, but if you're the first run of the ball game, you don't want to get thrown out at home to end the inning, especially with another runner on base. And with this guy at the plate. No balls, 1 strike to Tate Matheny, and he fouls that pitch off. Way out of play, way over our heads. Matheny 1 for 1 in the evening, has reached base a couple of times, once on a base hit, once on a walk, and he's stolen a base as well. 0-2 count, big spot here for Tyler Bastunas. Schmidt, the runner on first, Josh Cook on third. Jake Berger awaits on deck if Matheny can reach base, and Matheny will call time. First and third, 2 away. The 0-2 from Bastunas. Fastball fouled straight back. Matheny was all over it. Matheny wearing his Papa's number 22. Started the season wearing number 24. The 0-2 coming from Tyler Bastunas. Schmidt takes off, a swing and a miss. Bastunas fans Matheny, and both pitchers work out of jams here in the 5th. We head to the top of the 6th. Cam will have the final couple innings for you. 2-0 Hoots here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV.
Bottom of the order due up for the Hoots as we move to the top of the 6th inning here at Car Shield Field. It's a 2-0 lead for the hometown Hoots over the Cornbelters. First pitch on the way to Ty Stouse. Fastball outside missed from Christian McConnell, who is going into his 2nd inning of work. Came in for Ian Losey to record the final 2 outs of the 5th. Here's the pitch. Swing and a pop-up on the infield. Berger's got a beat on it at third. He'll make the trace over towards the foul line and left and make the catch for out number 1. So Ty Stouse has sat down for the first time today. 5 unassisted in the books to start the 6th. Brings in Luke Lampros, the second baseman today, who just made a couple of good plays in the field. A diving stop to keep the ball on the infield, and probably one of the reasons why the Cornbelters were not able to play to run in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Lampros today at the dish, 1 for 2 with the double. First pitch curveball in there, strike 1 from McConnell.
You look at that play, you think, oh, it was just a diving play. It didn't result in an out, but yes, it kept the runner from going to third base. Then you get a ground ball in the next pitch. That wild throw might have scored a run.
Second offering in the dirt, ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike on the count to Luke Lampros. So it'll be lefty, righty, lefty to face the minimum against McConnell. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss on a curveball for strike 2. Lampros went all the way down to a knee to make that swing and came up a little hobbled as he was trying to send that one over the wall and left. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the count. 1 out here in the top of the 6th. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, ball 2. Chase Krogman, the center fielder today for the Hoots, awaits on deck. He's 2 for 3 today. A couple of singles for him and a strikeout. 2-2 pitch on the way to Lampros. Curveball missed outside for ball 3. We'll reset your defensive alignment for you. It's Mize at first, Green at second, Nivens at short, Berger at third. Schmidt in left, Matheny in center, Olean in right. McConnell's on the hill, Cook's behind the plate. Here's the pitch. Nicked him on the arm, and Luke Lampros is on with a 1-out hit by pitch.
McConnell worked out of a first and third jam in the 5th inning. See if he can't do the same here, or if Berger wants to head to his pen. That's what that looks like what he's going to do.
So Mike Berger pops out of the dugout. He'll take the ball from Christian McConnell. We'll give you his final line right after this when we get a chance to tell you about the new Cornbelters hurler. It's a 2-0 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters. Top of the 6th inning with 1 out. We're back in a moment from Carshield Field. We're back here at Carshield Field. Top of the 6th inning, 1 out. New arm on the hill for the Cornbelters. It's Cole Schrader. 1 on, 1 out. Left-handed Chase Krogman due up. Here's the first offering to him. Swinging a foul back at the screen. Strike 1. Krogman today is 2 for 3. Struck out in the 4th. Singled back in the 2nd, but was left on the bases. And in the 1st, he singled and later scored. 0-1 the count. Lampros gets his lead off at first. Here's the pitch. Curveball, backdoor, inside to the left-handed Krogman for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike on the count, 1 out. A 2-0 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters. Trying to add some more insurance are the Hoots. Here's the pitch from Schrader. Fastball up in the zone for ball 2. Schrader comes into this season with the 15 innings pitched this summer. This is just his 8th appearance. He started 4 games, an 0-5 record for him. The pitch, swing and a miss upstairs for strike 2 from Krogman. He's given up 12 hits as Schrader. 16 runs, all of them earned, 22 walks, 22 strikeouts, and a 7.46 ERA. 2-2 pitch on its way to Krogman. Swung on and saw it off towards the screen. Foul and out of play. Dominic Cusimano, the starting right fielder for the Hoots, awaits on deck. He's 1 for 3 today. Hoots got on the board first in the top of the first inning. It was Krogman who got it started off, lining a pitch down the right field line on the first pitch of the day. Here's the 2-2. Fastball missed up and away for ball 3. Runs the count full, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Krogman was later driven in back in that first inning on a 2 RBI single from Andrew Keck that scored the only 2 runs of the day on the board for the Hoots. 3-2 pitch on its way to the left-handed Krogman. Curveball sawed off again, foul, and Krogman stays alive.
And that 2-2 pitch, that fastball just off the plate, he spat on it like it was a foot outside and then fights off a tough breaking ball. Man, is this guy locked in.
Full count pitch getting ready to come to the left-handed Krogman. Schrader sets, here it is. Swinging a long drive to deep right field, off the wall in right. It'll bounce to the right fielder, O'Lean. Lampros rounding second, and he'll head to third. And a long single for Chase Krogman puts runners at the corners with 1 out for Dominic Cusimano in the top of the 6th inning.
He is just on everything. Every pitch he puts in play is squared up, and might have had a home run if it weren't for that big right field wall hit about halfway up. And he's had a few extra base hits probably taken away by that short right field and that big wall.
Of course, the right field wall here at Carshield Field mimics that of Fenway Park, what's in left field, the big monster. In steps Dominic Cusimano. First pitch upstairs to him, ball 1. So if you're at home trying to imagine this, think of Fenway Park and just flipped. Runners at the corners, 1 out. 1-0 pitch on the way to the left-handed Dominic Cusimano. Here's the pitch. Fastball right down the middle for strike 1. Cusimano trying to drive in his first run of the day and notch his 2nd hit. Got his first hit back in the first inning. Here's the 1-1. Fastball, inside corner, and Cusimano let it go by for ball 2. Cusimano singled, came around to score back in that first inning. It's the only scoring we've seen from either side today as the Hoots lead 2-0. 2-1 on its way to Cusimano. Left in the dirt, goes through the legs of the catcher Cook. Here comes Lampros home. And the Hoots have scored 1 more on the wild pitch from Schrader to make it 3-0.
And the command has come back to bite Schrader on more than one occasion. Usually it's the free pass, but that one just a pitch that gets away from him, and Cook couldn't stop it. Lampros read it all the way, came across the score, and that could be a big insurance run. The difference between 2-0 and 3-0 is huge.
So Krogman now stands at second. 3-1 pitch with 1 out on the way to Cusimano. Missed outside and away, ball 4. And Cusimano's on with the 1-out walk. So good plate discipline there for Dominic Cusimano. Reaches base for the 2nd time this evening. Brings in the left-handed hitting shortstop, Nick Neville, who's had a rough day at the plate. 0 for 2, hit by a pitch back in the first. 1 out, 2 runners on the bags here in the top of the 6th. Hoots have added 1 more. It's 3-0. First pitch fastball missed low for ball 1. Fans near our broadcast booth thought that one was pretty good, but home plate umpire Justin Robinson said no, too low. Here's the 1-0. Curveball missed upstairs at the eyes, and that one was definitely a ball for ball 2. Andrew Keck, the right-handed hitting catcher for the Hoots, awaits on deck. He's 1 for 2 today. Outfield straight away in left, center, and right. Middle infield pinched in towards the bag at second for a double play ball. That's what Schrader wants. Here's the pitch. 2-0 inside corner fastball. In there to the left-handed Neville for strike 1. Two-one the count with 1 out. 2 runners on for the Hoots. A 3-0 lead. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul back at the screen. Little inside-out swing there for Nick Neville just to get a piece of it to stay alive.
He'll do that a lot. He has such quick hands. He can get to almost any pitch, anywhere, and just decided at the last second he want to foul that off, but might have chased ball 3.
Count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. The lefty Schrader sets on the hill. Here's the pitch. Curveball swung on and tapped right back towards the screen again. Foul. And Mike Berger, the coach for the Cornbelters, racing for that foul ball back behind the plate with the Hoots catcher Andrew Keck, who was awaiting on deck.
How about the range? I'd give that about a 98% route efficiency on StatCast.
Trying to have some fun and games sprinkled in with the seriousness of baseball here at Carshield Field. Here's a 2-2. Swing and a miss on a fastball upstairs. Nick Neville sits down on strikes for the first time today. And Cole Schrader is now 1 out away from ending the threat here in the top of the 6th.
That's just trusting your fastball. Know you can blow it by him. He's got a couple of late swings in that at bat. Saw that. Went with the fastball once again. Just battered in. Good pitch there for the second out.
Brings in the catcher, Andrew Keck, who's 1 for 3 today. First pitch misses in the dirt for ball 1. Keck singled and later was called out at second on a fielder's choice. Hit by a pitch in the 3rd, left on the bags, and grounded out to the 3rd baseman in the 5th. 2 on, 2 out. 1-0 pitch on the way to Keck. Fastball missed out and away, ball 2. Shout out tonight to Crethy Krogman, relative of Chase Krogman, watching from Quincy, Illinois tonight. 2-0 pitch misses inside to make it 3 balls and no strikes. We've got fans watching all over the state of Missouri, state of Illinois. I'm sure there's fans watching throughout different parts of the United States, but we thank you for joining us here on the Carshield Collegiate League Radio Network and CCL TV. Here's the 3-0. Keck let it fall in there for strike number 1.
Chase's grandparents, regular viewers of us here on YouTube. We appreciate them and all you for joining in, just as Cam said.
Schrader's ready for the 3-1 to Keck. Here it is. Fastball painted the outside corner, but Justin Robinson, the whole plate umpire, said it was just a little bit too far outside, and Andrew Keck works a 2-out walk.
And this could be a big chance for the Hoots to break this game open. It's a 3-0 lead. That's still surmountable if you're the Cornbelters. But if the Hoots can get this to 5-6-0, that can really take the wind out of the sails of these Cornbelters.
So Mike Berger out for a mound visit, as we'll see a little action begin to work in the Cornbelters bullpen. We know that the Cornbelters are a little short-staffed this evening. Didn't have too many guys listed in reserve tonight to come out of the bullpen. Ian Losey started off this ball game. 4 1/3 innings pitched for him. 5 hits, 2 runs. Both of them earned a walk and 5 strikeouts. But Losey did hit 3 batters. First offering on the way. Swung on and missed by Kevin Graham for strike 1. Graham today is 1 for 3. Singled and was left on the bags in the 5th. Struck out and grounded out. Here's the 0-1. Off-speed pitch gets in there, bottom part of the zone for strike number 2. So bases are loaded with 2 outs. Cole Schrader 1 pitch away at getting out of the jam here in the top of the 6th. Hoots have already plated one more run to make it 3-0. Pitch on the way from the lefty. Swing and a miss. He struck him out to end the threat here in the top of the 6th. So a couple of runners reach base. A single from Chase Krogman. A couple reach on some walks. But the threat is ended with Kevin Graham at the plate. So a run on a base hit, no errors here in the top of the 6th. We move to the bottom half of the 6th inning. 3-0 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters on CCL TV. Jake Berger, followed by Will Menendez, and Nate Green will come to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th inning as the Cornbelters trail to the Hoots 3-0. It's been 3 runs on 7 hits for the Hoots today, no runs on 4 hits for the Cornbelters. But the meat of their order is due up here in the bottom of the 6th against Tyler Bastunis. Jake Berger takes a first pitch fastball outside for strike 1. Today, Berger is 0 for 2, a line out to the shortstop in the 3rd on a hot shot and a strikeout in the 1st. 0-1 pitch is a ball out and away to even up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Average was just below 300 coming into this game for Jake Berger, the Chicago White Sox prospect. Takes a 1-1 pitch outside for strike 2. Tyler Bastunis working into his 4th inning of work here in the 6th. Here's the payoff pitch. Missed in. Ball 2. Dylan Coleman started the ball game for the Hoots. Coleman, a member of the San Diego Padres organization, went 2 innings, gave up 1 hit, 1 walk, and 3 Ks. No runs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive into center field. This one will stay up there as the center fielder makes the track over into right center and makes the catch. Will Chase Krogman in right center. He had to go a long way to get to that one. Krogman was playing in straightaway center field and had to trace all the way in front of the right fielder in Cusimano to make that catch. Cusimano was playing in straightaway right center, right where the 325 sign is in right center field. Brings in Will Menendez, takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. So 1 out, no runners on. 1-0 pitch on the way to Will Menendez. Misses outside. Ball 2. Menendez today is 0 for 1. Flew out to center in the 4th and reached base on a walk in the 1st. 2-0 on the way from Bastunis. Swing and a miss on a fastball outside. Menendez got just a piece of it, but it still traced into the glove of Andrew Keck for strike 1. Bastunis has looked real good here in the 6th. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul right back towards us at the booth, but of course it was caught by the screen. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out. Cornbelters trying to get something going here in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the pitch. Curveball inside corner. Missed for ball 3. Justin Robinson has been consistent tonight. And that one was off the plate. Here's the 3-2. Up and away, ball 4. So the second walk worked today for Will Menendez. Puts a base runner on first with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th for the Cornbelters.
I guess when you're swinging the bat as well as Menendez is, you're gonna get a few calls and find a way to get on base any way you can.
Brings in Nate Green, struck out and flew out in this ball game, so he's 0 for 2. First pitch fastball, outside corner, strike 1. Nate Green plays some catcher. See him getting the start at second today. Pitch is grounded through the 6 hole into left field for a base hit. So Nate Green follows up Will Menendez's base on balls with a single into left to put 2 runners on and 1 out in the bottom of the 6th for Carter Mize. First baseman digs in from the left side, does Carter Mize. He's 0 for 2 today. Grounded out to the second baseman back in the 4th. And flew out to right in the 2nd. Here's first pitch to Mize. Up and away, ball 1. One 0 count to Mize. Here's the pitch. Fastball inside corner and low, ball 2. So Nate Green stands at first, Will Menendez at second. Outfield is straight away. Left fielder Graham is just a couple of steps shaded towards the right center field gap. Here's the pitch. Out and away, ball 3. So last couple of batters, Bastunis has struggled to find the strike zone and has fallen behind to the left-handed Carter Mize. 3 balls and no strikes. Here it comes. Right down Main Street, strike 1. It's a 3-0 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Tying run is at the dish. 3-1 count. Here it is. Fastball outside corner, painted the outer part of the zone for strike 2. 3 balls, 2 strikes on the count, 1 out. A runner at first and a runner at second. Tying run is at the plate for the Cornbelters. Pitch on the way from Bastunis. Swinging a line drive down the left field line, but it's out of play and foul. Boy, did Mize put a nice swing on that one. Just couldn't keep it between the white lines.
And he got every stitch of it. One of the hardest hit balls Mize has hit this summer. Unlucky for him, it wasn't between the white lines.
Brings the count full to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bastunis gets his sign from Keck. Looks back Menendez at second. Here's the pitch. Missed low and inside, ball 4. So now the second walk of the inning rendered by Tyler Bastunis brings the bases to be loaded with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning, and the catcher, 7-hole hitter Josh Cook, due up to the plate. Will bring the manager for the Hoots out to the mound and Joe Lincoln to have a conversation with the boys on the mound.
And how big would it have been for the Hoots with the bases loaded in the top of the inning to get a couple of more runs? That put a little less pressure on Bastunis. Now he's got the tying run on base. And how about Mize? The pitch before that, he was out in front of a pitch, hit it. I got every stitch of it, and then to have the patience on the next pitch to look at ball 4. Sometimes guys will get a piece of one, they'll be even more amped up, and they'll swing through something. But Mize was patient enough, knew the pitcher had to come to him, didn't swing at a bad pitch, and works himself on base.
The Hoots did add 1 insurance run back in the 6th. Luke Lamprost, the 9-hole hitter, was hit by a pitch and later driven in. So Josh Cook stands in at the plate with the bases loaded. First pitch swinging is Cook with a line drive into right field. Camping is Cusimano. This should be deep enough to score a run. Tagging and scoring is Menendez from third to home. Throw goes to Matt Dunham to cut it off back to second, and he's got Cook, who was trying to stretch out from first to second. So the Cornbelters get on the board with a sac fly to right, but is double back off as Cusimano hits the cutoff man and rotates back to second to end the inning. So 1 run comes across the board for the Cornbelters here in the bottom of the 6th inning on 1 hit. No errors in the field for the Hoots. We move to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's a 3-1 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters here at CarShield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri on CCL TV.
That's right.
Top of the 7th inning as the rain has come back here at Carshield Field, but the Hoots have Matt Dunham due up at the dish. Facing off against Cole Schrader, who delivers a first pitch strike on the inner third to the left-handed Dunham. Dunham today, 0 for 2 with a walk. Here's the pitch. Half swing by Dunham. Did he go? First base umpire said no. So he evens up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Cornbelters finally got on the board in the bottom of the 6th inning. It was a sac fly off the bat of Josh Cook that scored Will Menendez for the first run of the day. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, Dunham offered and fouled it right back towards the catcher at the plate for strike 2. Hoots got on the board first in the first inning. It was a first pitch swinging from the leadoff hitter Chase Krogman for the Hoots. He later scored, as well as Dominic Cusimano on the 2 RBI single from Andrew Keck. 1-2 pitch misses low to even it up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hoots added 1 more insurance run in the bottom of the 6th inning as Luke Lampros was hit by a pitch and later scored. 2-2 pitch misses outside. Curveball missed on the outer third of the zone to make the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Rain is starting to come down just a little bit harder here at Carshield Field. 3-2 on the way from Schroeder to Dunham. Swinging a line drive into right center field. O'Lean coming on the slide, and he makes the catch in right center for the out. What a play, Brandon O'Lean in right field. He's made a number of plays in right that have kept the Cornbelters in this game. A couple of plays where he had to go back towards that big green monster in right and make a play in front of the wall, and then that time he goes into right center to make a sliding, diving catch.
And he's had a busy night out there. A lot of balls hit his way. He's made some nice plays. That one might be the best of them all.
Brings in Colin Bergman, who takes first pitch ball outside. Bergman today is 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a fly out to left. Got the start at third today for the hometown Hoots, who lead 3-0 in the top of the 7th. Pitch is up and away, ball 2. Schrader looks in to get the sign from his catcher Josh Cook and is ready. The pitch is up and away, ball 3. So this is a little bit of what we saw out of Schrader last inning. Had some control issues, but was able to hop out of trouble after giving up just that 1 run. 3-0 pitch. Misses low. And a late strike call from the home plate umpire Justin Robinson, as Bergman was already about 3/4 of the way, or a quarter of the way down the first baseline and had thrown his bat. Now he has to pick it back up and get ready for the 3-1. This one misses out and away, and finally Bergman gets that walk that he was anticipating on the last pitch.
Let's make him throw 1 more pitch. Sometimes an umpire isn't going to call it a strike, then he sees you toss that bat and calls it a strike and say, no, come on back here, big boy. Don't show me up like that. But not what Bergman was trying to do, of course. But
brings in Ty Stouse, who takes first pitch fastball inside but low for strike 1. Stouse today grounded out to the first baseman. Walked and was hit by a pitch. Curveball is flown up on the left side of the infield, but gets out of play and foul. Rain is still coming down a little bit here at Carshield Field. We knew rain would be in the forecast, but with the AstroTurf playing surface here at Carshield Field, we're able to play through pretty much anything but lightning strikes. 0-2 pitch on its way. Curveball hit the bat of Ty Stouse as he tried to duck out of the way of a curveball, so it's a foul ball. No balls and 2 strikes again on the count.
that's why you got to put that bat on your shoulder. It's hard to do, but that's just unlucky right there for Stouse.
So it would have been ball 1, and possibly Colin Bergman at second base in scoring position is now another 0-2 pitch. Here it is. Up and away, ball 1. Luke Lampros awaits on deck. He scored that extra insurance run back in the bottom of the 6th inning, or top of the 6th inning, rather, for the Hoots. Proving very important now with the 3-1 lead. The pitch. Curveball missed low. Runs the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes to the left-handed Ty Stouse. Stouse heading to Southeast Missouri State to play alongside his brother Wade, who's been a pretty good catcher in the Ohio Valley Conference in his own right. Here's a 2-2. Swinging a line drive right back up the middle. Base hit for Ty Stouse. Third time today that Mr. Stouse has reached base. The first time he's done it with a base hit.
And he just stayed on that pitch. It worked its way right back into the zone, right back into his wheelhouse, and just put a nice swing on it and hit it right back where it came from.
Looks like we'll see another pitching change from Coach Berger of the Cornbelters. He comes to take the ball away from the left-handed Cole Schrader. We'll tell you about the new Cornbelters hurler right after this. It's the top of the 7th inning. 1 out, a runner on first and second for the Hoots, and a 3-1 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters. We're back in a moment. It's Car Shield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. Welcome back to Car Shield Field here in O'Fallon, Missouri. Top of the 7th inning between the Hoots and the Cornbelters. New pitcher on the hill for the Cornbelters is Austin Forney. After Cole Schrader's day is done, his final line not complete yet, but he did give up 2 hits in that 1 inning that he pitched. 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. A runner at first, a runner at second, facing off against Luke Lampros is Forney. Here's the pitch. Missed up and away, ball 1. Forney, a University of Missouri St. Louis Triton, transferred from Hawaii Hilo, but his hometown is right down the road in St. Charles, Missouri. His first appearance in the Car Shield Collegiate League is happening right now. Here's the 1-0 to Lampros. Missed up for ball 2. Lampros today is 1 for 3. Singled, was hit by a pitch, and flew out to left. Not a lot of action this spring for Forney. Just 5 2/3 innings pitched at Umsel. Here's the pitch. Missed up. Ball 3 as the rain continues to come down harder and harder here at Car Shield Field. We're in the top of the 7th inning. The Hoots leading 3-1. And a runner in scoring position for Luke Lampros. A 3-0 count to him. Here's the pitch from Forney. Missed up and away, ball 4. So Forney comes into the ball game for Colin Schrader and delivers 4 straight balls to put Luke Lampros on first base with 1 out in the top of the 7th. So back to the top of the order. Center fielder today for the Hoots, Chase Krogman, who's 3 for 4 with 3 singles. Scored a run today as well. 1 strikeout is the lone out on the day for Krogman. Here's the first offering to him. Up and away, ball 1. So 5 straight balls, and all 5 of them have missed up. First time that Forney has pitched all summer, so you wonder if he's got to find that groove and that rhythm. Here's the 1-0. This one misses up as well, but closer to the strike zone, just a couple of inches above the top part of the strike zone for ball 2. Forney working quickly back on the mound. He's ready. So is Krogman. Here's the pitch. This one missed up. Went to the backstop. Here comes Bergman from third. He will score on the wild pitch. So now the Hoots have added one more insurance run here in the top of the 7th. It's now 4-1.
Forney just can't seem to find the grip on the baseball, and Jake Berger's going to go give him a rosin bag.
Very wet conditions here at CarShield Field. Rain has been off and on for the entirety of the evening, but right now it is on, and it is on with authority.
Absolutely.
3-0 the count now to the leadoff hitter, Chase Krogman. Runner on second, runner on third. 4-1 lead for the Hoots. Here's the pitch. Missed upstairs, and Krogman's on with the 4-pitch walk. So 8 pitches, 8 balls from Austin Forney. And Coach Berger's going to have to leave him out there because there's not much else that the Cornbelters have in the pen. This is their 4th pitcher today and pretty much the max of what the Cornbelters had in the bullpen to work with tonight. Brings in the left-handed hitting right fielder Dominic Cusimano. He's 1 for 3 today with a walk. First offering to him. Up and away. Ball 1. Forney with 9 pitches so far in this top of the 7th inning and has not yet delivered a strike. Bases are loaded for Dominic Cusimano. Here's the 1-0. Right down the middle for the first strike. Finally, Forney finds a zone, and maybe it's a sign of good things to come for the Cornbelters. They need all the help they can get as they trail by 3 runs. 4-1 lead for the Hoots over the Cornbelters. Here's the 1-1 to Cusimano. Missed upstairs towards the eyes of Cusimano for ball 2. So Forney is really struggling to find the zone. Hoots with an opportunity to put this one way out of reach of the Cornbelters. 2-1, here it is. Missed low in the dirt to Cusimano for ball 3. For Cusimano here, 3-1 count. If that pitch isn't right there in your sweet spot where you can barrel it up, you take it. If it's a borderline pitch, you take it. 3-1, you got the pick of the litter as the hitter. Here it comes. Goes to the backstop, but it's ball 4 anyway. So Ty Stouse will trot on down from third home to score the 5th run of the ball game tonight for the Hoots. They now lead 5-1. So the 3 batters that Austin Forney has faced since coming into the ball game have all been rendered a walk. Brings in the left-handed hitting Nick Neville. He's 0 for 3 today. First pitch to him goes off the glove of Cook. Here comes Lampros racing home. The throw will not be made, and Lampros slides in for the 6th run of the day for the Hoots. Forney has just looked all over the place in these first few hitters in the top of the 7th, and the Hoots have added the extra insurance that they need. Now leading by a score of 5-1. So Luke Lampros walked in this inning, later scored. Ty Stouse singled, later scored. As Forney delivers a pitch in there to Neville for strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike now the count. Still 2 aboard here. Krogman's at third and Cusimano's at second with Neville at the plate. 1-1 and 1 out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball outside for strike 1. That's the first pitch that any Hoot has swung at from Forney so far in this outing. 1 ball, 2 strikes now the count. 1 out. Runner on second and a runner on third. A 5-1 lead for the 7th. Here's the pitch. Outside. Ball 2. Two balls and 2 strikes now the count. Rain still coming down. Here's the 2-2. Swinging a line drive into center field, base hit. Krogman will trot on down home. Here comes Dominic Cusimano, the throw to the plate, and he got him! What a throw from Tate Matheny on the outfield assist to Josh Cook at the plate. And boy, did Austin Forney tip his hat to Tate Matheny in center field because he needed that help from his defense right there to get out number 2. And now the trainer for the Hoots coming out of the dugout to talk to home plate umpire Justin Robinson. And it looks like we are going to have to take a delay here. So with 1 on and 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning, and the Hoots leading by a score of 6-1, we're going to have to step aside and take a little break. Lightning delay here at CarShield Field, but the Hoots are on top, big, here in the top of the 7th with 2 outs on the board. We were just about at the end of the ball game, and we couldn't get there due to the weather. We're back in a moment. It's CarShield Collegiate League Baseball on CCL TV. Welcome back to Carshield Field here in O'Fallon, Missouri. Doesn't look like we will get back to baseball tonight as the lightning delay will force us to call it quits after we moved to the top of the 7th inning. Had an opportunity to see what was going on in that bottom of the 6th inning. Even though in the bottom of the 6th, the Hoots were able to put together some runs, some extra insurance to make it 7-1. The final score will actually be 3-1 due to the fact that the last time the Cornbelters were at the plate was the bottom of the 6th inning. So officially in the books, this ball game will finish as a 3-1 game. So as we look back at this one, Shane, there wasn't really a whole lot of offense when you look at the numbers that really count. It was a 3-1 ball game at the end of the game. The Hoots got it started in the beginning of the ball game. First pitch swinging was Chase Krogman, a liner down the right field line. Then Dominic Cusimano follows that up with a little in-betweener right up the box for a base hit. They were both drove in the first inning by Andrew Keck with a 2 RBI single. They added one more insurance run in the bottom of the 6th inning after Luke Lampros, the starting second baseman tonight for the Hoots, was hit by a pitch, then later scored a run. The lone run of the Cornbelters came in the bottom of the 6th inning when they were able to score Will Menendez on a base on balls. That's how he reached base, and then he scored on a wild pitch, and that's how the ball game comes to a close. Starter today for the Cornbelters was Dylan Coleman, of course, a San Diego Padre, member of the San Diego Padres organization, seeing his first action in the Carshield Collegiate League, went 2 innings, had 1 hit, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. Tyler Bastunas went the rest of the way for the Hoots. He put together a pretty good day. 4 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 run that was earned, 2 strikeouts, and 3 walks. For the Cornbelters, Ian Losey picks up the loss today after 4 1/3 innings pitched. He gave up 5 hits, 2 runs, all of them earned, 5 strikeouts, and 2 walks. He was relieved by Christian McConnell, the righty heading to Fontbonne University this fall, who threw an inning, gave up a hit, gave up a run, it was earned, and gave up 1 walk. Cole Schrader followed that appearance up with an inning where he gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 of them earned, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. Austin Forney's top of the 7th inning against the Hoots will not count, so we won't even worry about his number tonight. We won't even think about his appearance tonight. He doesn't want to think about it either because it wasn't all that great. So, for a final score tonight, the hometown Hoots defeat the Cornbelters by a final score in your books of 3-1. For our producer, Charlie Bornoff, my partner, Shane Holsey, I'm Cam Thomas saying so long from Carshield Field. Final score, 3-1. Hoots pick up a victory over the Cornbelters here tonight. Off day tomorrow. We'll see you on Monday for triple header action here at Carshield Field in O'Fallon, Missouri. Final score, Hoots take the victory, 3-1. We'll see you on Monday. Good night from Carshield.